Alright, where was I? Right, try and get my thing working. There I go. Alright, come on. There we go. Alright, let's see, where are we? Right, so today we are taking this CAD program and we're going to be 3D printing it. I've already attempted part of it, but the problem is that when it saved it, the resolution's really low, and like every round piece, like the parts you need to be smooth, are not smooth. They're just I literally had to try the free program in order to use this because otherwise it saved it like this, and that's no good. So yeah, so today I'm gonna be doing that, and then I'm gonna be doing some Dark Eldar stuff, 3D prints. Yeah, they look pretty cool. So that's later. So let's pop open an audiobook and get to it. If you hear any noise in the background, I have a air purifier going for myself just because my allergies have been horrendous. And let's get to it. Oh, crap. Alright, let's see. And audiobook.
Filled with sadness and fear.
This is Audible.
Giant Slayer by William King. Read by Jonathan Keeble. Sylvania had proven to be a haunt of horror. The dire events at Drakenhof Castle left us filled with sadness and fear. We had prevented the rising of a great terror, but paid an awful price. And there was to be no respite from battle and dread. No sooner had we overcome our undead foe than we found ourselves thrown headlong into another, even more desperate adventure, one that was to involve the titanic legacy of a long-dead race and an encounter with the greatest living sorcerer of this age of the world, as well as battles with foes more horrible and deadly than almost anything we had faced before. During the course of these adventures, I was to learn far more about the secret history of our world than I ever wanted to learn, and found my life and soul in the greatest of peril. Even now, looking back on these terrible events, I am amazed that I survived. Many of my companions were not to prove so lucky. From my Travels with Gotrek, Volume 4, by Herr Felix Jäger, Altdorf Press, 2505. Prologue. The earth shook. All around him people screamed. Huge buildings shuddered. The statues of the gods toppled from their alcoves in the shrines of ancient temples, shattering into 1,000 pieces as the earth writhed like a dying serpent. He ran through the streets of the ancient city, seeing the looks of horror on the faces of his people. He passed decaying mansions where the desiccated ghosts of previous owners gibbered thinly in their fear. Ahead of him, the mighty column of the Seafarer teetered and then collapsed. The Phoenix King flew from his high perch, his outstretched hands seeming to wave in terror as he tumbled earthward. As he crested the high hills overlooking the mighty harbour, a glance at the peaks rimming the city told him the worst. The mountains blazed with light as wild magic ran out of control. He could sense its unbridled power even at this distance, and knew without having to cast any divinations that something was deeply, deeply amiss with the old spells that protected his land and his people. Somehow, he was not sure how, he was atop the mighty wall that had guarded the harbour for a dozen ages. Looking out to sea, he saw the thing he had feared most of all. A towering wave, twice as high as the wall, driven by a force that would shatter the city, raced ever closer. Within it, mighty leviathans raised up from the deeps that surrounded the island continent, roared and bellowed and sought to break free. Strength that could shatter the largest ship in seconds was useless in the grip of that terrible tsunami. Knowing that it was futile, that there was no way he could endure this, he prepared himself to resist, drawing on all his power, readying his mightiest warding magics. But somehow, as he had known it must be, nothing came. Power trickled into him where once it would have flooded. 100 times the height of the tallest man, the wave towered over his head, cresting, ready to break. For an instant he gazed into the eyes of a trapped sea monster, feeling a certain kinship with it. Then its huge pink maw gaped, teeth the size of swords glinted in the shadows, and the mighty wave tumbled forward to break against the wall with awesome, irresistible power. It swept over him, crushing him, drowning him, smashing him down into the depths, and it rushed forward to sweep the last and greatest city of the elves from the face of the planet. Suddenly he was elsewhere, in a place that was not a place, in a time that was outside time. There were presences there, not dead, not living, mighty mages all. Their faces were etched with eons of pain, scarred from fighting a battle that no mortal should have been asked to fight. Even he, who was accounted mighty among the wizards of the world, was daunted by the power of the spells around him. More than that, he was frightened by where he knew himself to be, and when. The shadowy presences danced around him, constantly performing a ritual that they must never stop, lest they bring disaster upon the world. They were wraith-like, and their movements were slow and pained, like the clockwork figures of the dwarfs, whose mechanisms were slowly winding down. Once he knew they had been elves, the greatest wizards of their age, and they had sacrificed themselves to save their land and their people.
"Greetings, blood of Anarion,"
said an ancient voice, dry, dusty, but with the faint lilting accent of the mountains of Calador still. "Greetings, Lord of Dragons," he replied, knowing who he faced, wondering if this was a dream, knowing it was not.
"We are remembered still among the living then," said the voice.
"Remembered and honoured?"
"That is good. That is some repayment for our sacrifice."
There was more than a hint of self-pity in the voice. Understandable, he supposed. He would probably have felt sorry for himself if he had been trapped at the centre of the great vortex for 5 millennia, struggling to hold together the web of spells that kept the island continent afloat. The scene shimmered like a reflection on the surface of disturbed water. The ghastly, ghostly figures seemed to recede, and he was glad. He ought to let them go, but he knew he had been brought here for a purpose.
"Why am I here?"
he shouted, and his words seemed to echo through infinite caverns and resounded into distant ages.
"The old barriers are falling. The paths of the old ones are opened. We cannot hold the weave against it."
"What am I to do?"
Seek the source of disorder. Find the oracle of the truth-sayers. She will tell you what you need to know. Close the ancient pathways. Go swiftly and go alone. You will find the allies you need along the way, and in the most unexpected forms. Go! There is little time left. Even this sending is weakening us, and we must conserve the little strength we have left.
Even as the words echoed up from the bottom of infinity, the voice was fading. A great fear came over him. The Archmage Teclis sat bolt upright, pulling the silken sheets from the naked forms of his companions. Cold sweat covered him. He could smell it, even through the musky scents worn by the two courtesans.
"What is it, my lord?"
asked Shannara. Concern showed in her beautiful narrow face.
"What ails you?"
"Nothing," he lied, rising from the bed and limping across the room. He reached for a goblet and a crystal decanter of wine cut in the shape of a dragon.
"Is it the dreams again? The nightmares?"
He shot her a cold glance. "What do you know of nightmares?" he asked.
"You talk in your sleep, my lord, and lash out, and I guessed."
He looked at her long and hard. These were words his many enemies would pay much to hear. "There were no nightmares," he said, reaching out for the power. Unlike in the dreams, it flowed strongly into him. "There were no dreams. You should forget these things." A slight blankness came over her beautiful face as the spell took her. She looked at him and smiled quizzically. "Sleep," he told her. "And when you wake, remember nothing." Instantly she slumped next to the form of her twin. He shrugged, wishing that he could sleep so soundly, knowing that he never would again without the aid of magic. And that was something he could no longer afford. Momentary guilt afflicted him that he should treat a fellow elf so, but these were strange and evil times, and the need for security was paramount. Ancient enemies stirred. Old gods were awakening. Every oracle and soothsayer between here and far Cathay predicted doom. His own star charts spoke of as much. He took a sip of the bitter wine. It flowed down easily. He gestured, and his robe fluttered across the room, wrapping itself around his naked form. He pulled on a pair of slippers made from the finest Cathayan silk. He reached out, and his staff leapt to his hand. He limped from the chamber, and down the cold, echoing hallways of his ancestral home. He made his way to the workroom, knowing that he would do as he always did, and seek comfort in knowledge. The few aged servants still awake scurried away, knowing from his frown that it would be best not to interrupt his reverie. Dark times were coming, he knew. The dreams were impossible to ignore now, and he had long ago learned the unwisdom of doing that anyway. In the deepest cellars beneath the mansion, his workroom provided him with a haven. As he entered, he spoke the words of command. Immediately wards sprang into place. The air shimmered with their bridled power. Not even the mightiest demon could penetrate them. A trapped homunculus stirred slowly in a jar of preservative fluid. It gestured at him obscenely as he limped past. The creature was not best pleased with its home. Tiny gills pulsed in its neck. Its thin, leathery wings stirred the liquid, turning it cloudy. He gave it a cold smile, then it froze in mid-gesticulation. Few things in this world, or beyond, had the courage to cross him when an evil mood was upon him. He moved through the chamber, past the ordered alcoves containing mystical paraphernalia and the elaborately indexed series of volumes in 100 languages, living and dead. Eventually he found what he sought, the strange apparatus he had unearthed in the ruins of the ancient Cathayan city nearly 2 centuries ago. A massive sphere of verdigrised bronze, engraved with strange runes that reminded him of the work of the decadent denizens of Lustria. Teclis sat cross-legged before the sphere of destiny and contemplated his dream. It was the 3rd time in less than a month it had come to him, each time more clear and vivid than the last. This was the first time the ancients had spoken to him, though. Had he really talked with ghosts of the ancestral wizards who protected his land? Had they reached out through the barriers that bound them and communicated with him? He smiled sourly. He knew that dreams could be sent to warn or to harm, but he knew equally that sometimes dreams were only his own deeper mind talking to him, giving shape to his fears and intuitions. Either some friendly power or his own deepest instincts were trying to warn him of something. It was irrelevant which. He needed to act. You did not have to be a high wizard to know that something was amiss in the world. Reports from eagle captains brought tales of disaster from the furthest lands. In Cathay, the warlords had risen in rebellion against the mandate of heaven. In Araby, a fanatic who called himself the Prophet of Law was stirring up the natives to cleanse their land of evil, and his definition of evil included anyone who was not human. In the cities of their under-empire, the Skaven stirred. The forces of the Witch King once more strode the soil of Uthuan. Elven armies mustered to head northwards and oppose them, and elven fleets patrolled the northern seas constantly. But a month ago, he had been summoned here to Luthern and the court of the Phoenix King to discuss these matters, and having done so was told to prepare for war. He passed his hands over the sphere. The casing of metal bands contracted in on themselves, revealing a milky white gem that pulsed with its own internal light. He spoke the words of invocation he had found in a scroll from the reign of Bel Corhadris, near 3,000 years old, and the lights danced over its surface. He snapped his fingers, and the candles of hallucinogenic incense, concentrated from the leaves of the black lotus, sprang to life and began to burn. He breathed deeply of them, and opened his mage senses to the fullest, feeling his point of view being sucked into the depths of the crystal. For long moments nothing happened. He saw only blackness, heard only the muted drumbeat of his heart. He continued the invocation, working effortlessly on a spell that it would have taken a lesser mage a lifetime to master. Now his vision seemed to hover over Uthuan. He could see perfectly even in the darkness, and he could view those things that would be visible only to a mage. He saw the flows of magic, pinioned by the watchstones that kept the island continent above the waves. Raised by elder world magic millennia ago, it needed the same magic now to prevent it sinking beneath the surface of the sea. In his dreams, he had spoken to those who maintained those spells. He knew that was significant. He saw the tiny glints that were his fellow wizards working magic, the intricate structures of spells as they were woven by masters of the most magical of all the world's peoples. Sensing a disruption in the flows of power, he sent his consciousness racing in the direction from which it came. Far to the north, he sensed the abomination that waited at the farthest pole. It pulsed with energy, no longer quiescent, promising the end of the world. Still, it had not fully woken. But yet, within heartbeats, his spirit eyes soared over the chaos wastes, as close to the influence of the polar abomination as he dared go, taking in the vast hordes of black-armored warriors camped on the cold plains, and the hideous legions of horned beastmen who followed them. He saw the huge flows of chaotic energy that the winds of magic blew over them, but he saw nothing there to cause any disturbance to his island home. All the same, it was disturbing, the size of that huge invasion force. It was larger than anything the diminished power of the elves could muster, and he knew it was only a small fraction of what the dark powers were amassing. He sent the sphere arcing through the sky towards the ancient city of Prague, and saw that it was still in ruins, although its people were making valiant efforts to rebuild it. Interestingly, dwarfs were present. It seemed the ancient enemies of his own people had come to help the humans in this hour of need. He let his eyes dwell on the massive citadel, wrapped as it was by spells that not even he could penetrate, and wondered what it was that was kept in the depths beneath that fortified pinnacle. What ancient secret brought the armies of chaos back to this spot again and again? What ancient oaths bound the humans to rebuild their haunted city in the face of the unbreaking cycle of destruction. The speculation was interesting, but it was getting him nowhere. It merely confirmed what he had heard, that the greatest invasion in centuries was taking place in the old world, and he feared it would take more than the might of man and dwarf to repel it. He raised his point of view higher, until the curve of the sleeping world lay beneath him. The lines of power flowing through the night like an enormous web were visible to him, even through the white turbulent spirals of the clouds. He inspected them closely, looking for clues, and found them. From the northern island of Albion, the lines of power that would normally have flowed to Ulthuan did so weakly. Sometimes they flickered and faded. Sometimes they blazed brightly, and massive pulses of energy raced out over the sea in the direction of the island continent. Out of the chaos wastes, pulses of power rushed towards Albion and then diminished. From Albion, the flows raced onwards, rippling towards the Empire, Bretonia, Ulthuan. What was going on here? What magic was this? Those webs of energy dated back to the most ancient days. What could be using them for its own ends? Nothing good, he was certain. He sent the point of view of the sphere rushing towards Albion. It hurtled towards the magical barriers that surrounded the island, into the mists, and there it was stopped utterly and completely. Not good, he thought. Albion had always been surrounded by spells of great potency, intended to ward it from the eye of outsiders. Those spells obviously still held. No, he thought, that was not quite true. They felt different now. There was a subtle taint to them, of evil, and something else. Briefly he considered what he had seen, and a horrible suspicion began to grow in his mind. Fragments of certain ancient forbidden texts, written by mad elven wizards in the dawn ages of the world, came back to him. Legends of the world's most ancient gods, that talked of things best forgotten. But apparently some had remembered them. Someone had disturbed the things that were best left untouched. Fear clutched at his heart as he considered this. He needed to consult certain ancient sources, and he needed to do so now. If what he suspected was true, there was indeed not a moment to waste. Dawn found Teclis on the balcony outside the library, a book spread on his lap, his face resting in his hands. The old mansion, built on the side of the highest hills overlooking the city of Lothern, gave him a fine view of the harbour. It was flat and serene as a pond. Not the slightest hint of the enormous tidal wave of his nightmares menaced it. Briefly, he wished he was back in the Tower of Hoeth, with the greatest library in the world close at hand, and his fellow mages to consult with. But that was a foolish wish. Politics had brought him here. He did not like this place, the ownership of which he shared with his brother. He had not liked it when they were children, and he did not like it now.
I crashed.
Too many old memories, he supposed. Too many recollections of long evenings of illness and infirmity. It reminded him too much of a hospice, or one of those temples of euthanasia, where the old and the weary of life went to end their lives in peace and comfort. He dismissed these thoughts. Even as he did so, the earth quivered. It was very mild. The wine in his goblet merely rippled. The walls of the old palace barely quivered. It might have been a natural earthquake, but he doubted it. All the signs were clear. Something was interfering with the ancient spells that bound the island continent of Ulthuan together, that stopped it from disappearing once more beneath the waves. And if something was not done, his nightmares would come true. Aldrith, one of his oldest servants, entered. Teclis knew it was important. The old elf had orders not to disturb him for anything less than a summons from the Phoenix King himself.
"Your brother wishes to speak with you,"
he said. Teclis smiled sourly. There was no way of denying he was at home. This place was as much Tyrion's as his own, and the servants were as loyal to his twin as they were to him. More loyal, he thought acidly. Of course, his brother would depart if he indicated a wish for privacy. His manners were as perfect as everything else about him. Teclis turned his gaze back to the sea. "You are in a vile mood today," he told himself. "Show my brother in," he said, "and prepare food if he wishes it." "It is a little early to be drinking that vintage," said Tyrion, as he strode out onto the balcony. There was a hint of reproof in his voice that was equivalent to a thunderous chorus of disapproval from anyone else. Teclis looked up at his brother, so tall, so straight, the limbs so clean and so unbent, the face so honest and open, the voice as beautiful as a temple bell being rung to greet the dawn. "Astonishing," he thought, "that this golden creature should be my twin. It seemed that the gods had lavished all their gifts on him and left me an ill-made thing. I take it that means you won't be joining me, brother?" He knew he was being unfair. The gods had given him a gift for magic unequalled in this age of the world, and the will necessary to use that power as it should be used. Still, there were times when he would have gladly swapped all of that for Tyrion's effortless popularity, his ease and courtesy, his ability to be happy, even in the unhappiest of times, and his blazing good health. "On the contrary, it is my brotherly duty to keep you from drinking alone. The gods alone know what that might lead to." And there it was, the famous charm, the ability to change the mood of the situation with a smile and a seemingly thoughtless joke. Tyrion reached out for the decanter and poured himself a full goblet. There was no formality there, none of the endless empty ritual that Teclis so despised in elvish social gatherings. It was the casual gesture of the warrior more at home in camp than the Phoenix King's court. And yet it was exactly the thing his brother knew would put him most at ease. Teclis could understand why there were those at court who compared his brother to Malekith in ancient times, before the Witch King revealed his true colours. He had known his brother all their lives, and even he was not sure how much art went into that carefully contrived artlessness. Tyrion waved, and Teclis looked up. On the balcony above them, Shannara and her sister, Meleria, waved back. They looked at Tyrion with the mixture of open desire and admiration he had always commanded from women. Useless, of course, as his brother had eyes only for his consort, the Everqueen. He had not, unlike most elf males, ever been unfaithful. "What is this early morning toast in honor of?" Tyrion asked. "The end of the world," said Teclis. "That bad," said Tyrion. "The end of our world, at least." "I do not think the Dark One will overcome us this time," said Tyrion. It was exactly what Teclis would have expected him to say, but there was a watchfulness about him now, a wariness. Suddenly he looked exactly like what he was, the deadliest elf warrior in 20 generations. "It is not our dear kinsman and his lackeys I am worried about. It is Ulthuan itself. Someone or something is tampering with the watchstones or the power that underlies them." "These earthquakes and eruptions are not coincidence, then?" "I had suspected as much." "No, they are not." "You will be leaving soon, then?" It was not a question. Teclis smiled as he nodded. His brother had always understood him better than any other living being. "Do you want some company on your journey? I am supposed to be leading the fleet northwards, to face the spawn of Nagaroth. But if what you say is true, I am sure the Phoenix King could spare my services." Teclis shook his head. "The fleet needs you. Our armies need you. Where I am going, spells will be more useful than swords." Teclis slammed his drink down on the fine ivory table. It almost spilled over the parchments that sat there. He had spent most of the night writing them. "Please see that these are copied and delivered to His Majesty and the Masters at Hoeth," he told Aldrich. "Now I must go. I have a long way to travel, and a short time to do it in." Chapter 1. With a heavy heart, Felix Jaeger watched the last of the remaining Kislevite warriors place the corpse of Ivan Petrovich on the pyre. The old warrior looked somehow smaller, shrunken in death. His face showed none of the peace that was supposed to belong to those who had entered the realm of Mor, god of death. But then, Felix supposed, Ivan's last few moments had been anything but pleasant. He had witnessed his only child, Ulrika, transformed into a vampire, a soulless, blood-sucking thing, and he himself had met his death at the hand of her undead master's minions. Felix shivered and drew his faded red Sudanland wool cloak about him. Once he had thought himself in love with Ivan's daughter. What was he supposed to feel now? The answer was that he did not know. Even when she had still walked among the living, he had been unsure. Now he realized he would never really have the chance to find out. Somewhere deep within him, a slow, sullen, smouldering resentment against the gods was fanned to flame. He was starting to understand how Gottrick felt. He looked over at the Slayer. The dwarf's brutal features were uncharacteristically thoughtful. His squat, massive form, far broader than any human's, looked out of place among the Kislevite horse soldiers. He knuckled the patch covering his ruined eye with one massive hand, then scratched his shaved and tattooed head reflectively. His great crest of red-dyed hair drooped in the cold and snow. He looked up and caught Felix's glance and shook his head. Felix guessed that in his own strange way, Gottrick had liked the old March boyar. More than that, Ivan Petrovich had in some way been a link to the Slayer's mysterious past. He had known the dwarf since the time of his first expedition to the Chaos Wastes many years before. The thought made Felix realize just how far from home Ivan had fallen. It must be 300 leagues at least from here, in the dark forests of Sylvania, to the cold lands on the edge of Kislev that he had once ruled. Of course, the old boyar's realm was gone now, swept away by the vast chaos invasion that had driven as far south as Prague.
Snorri thinks Ivan died a good death,
said Snorri Nosebiter. He looked glum. Despite the cold, the second Slayer was no better dressed than Gottrick. Perhaps dwarfs simply did not feel discomfort like humans. More likely, they were simply too stubborn to admit it. Snorri's normally stupidly cheerful features were masked by sadness. Perhaps he was not quite so insensitive as he seemed. There are no good deaths, Felix muttered under his breath. When he realized what he had done, he offered up a silent prayer that neither of the dwarfs had heard him. He had, after all, sworn a vow to follow Gottrick and record the Slayer's doom in an epic poem, what seemed like a lifetime ago. The dwarfs lived only to atone for some supposed sin or crime by meeting their doom at the hands of a mighty monster, or in the face of overwhelming odds. The surviving Kislevites filed past and offered up their last respects to their former lord. Many of them made the sign of the wolf god Ulrich with the fingers of their left hand, then cast a glance over their shoulder and made it again. Felix could understand that. They were still almost within the shadow of Drakenhof Castle, that mighty citadel of evil the vampire lord Adolphus Krieger had sought to make his own. He had possessed an ancient amulet, and a plan to bring all the aristocracy of the night under his command. Instead, he had succeeded only in bringing his own doom. But at what cost? So many had lost their lives. There was another mass pyre nearby that the surviving Kislevites had hastily constructed for their own fallen. A second one contained the remains of the vampire's followers. Here in the cursed land of Sylvania, these men were not about to leave any corpses unburned to face a possible dark resurrection at the hands of a necromancer. Max Schreiber strode forward, leaning on his staff, looking every inch the imposing wizard in his golden robes. Not even the bloodstains and sword rips in the clothes detracted from the man's dignity, but there was something dead in his eyes and a bleakness to his features that matched Gottrick's. Max had loved Ulrika, probably more than Felix ever had, and now he too had lost her forever. Felix hoped that in his grief the wizard would not do something stupid. Max waited until the last of the Kislevites had filed past the boyar's body. Then he looked at Wulfgar, the ranking leader. The horse soldier nodded. Max spoke a word and banged the butt of his staff on the ground 3 times. With each strike, one of the pyres burst into flames. The sorcery was strong and obvious. Golden flames flickered into being around the damp wood and then settled on them. The nails driven into Snorri's skull reflected the light, making it look like he had a small blaze atop his shaven head. Slowly smoke rose. The wood blackened and then burst into more natural flame. Felix was glad of the wizard's magic. There was no way under these conditions that even the dwarfs would have been able to light a fire. Swiftly the fires spread, and soon the sickly sweet smell of roasting flesh filled the air. Felix was not prepared to stay and watch Ivan be consumed. The man was a friend. He turned and strode out from the ruined hall into the cold air. The horses were waiting, and the wagons of the wounded. Snow covered the land. Somewhere out there was Ulrika and her new mentor, the Countess Gabriella, but they were out of his reach now. War waited in the north. Chaos was coming, and it was there the Slayers expected to find their destiny. The old woman looked weary. The children marching along beside her looked starved. They wore the usual rags common to Sylvanian peasantry. Their eyes were studies in hopeless misery. Beside them a few men in blood-spattered tunics grasped pitchforks in frozen fingers. Felix saw tiredness, war with fear in their faces, and slowly win out. They were scared of the riders and the dwarfs, but they were too tired and too hungry to run.
"What happened to you?"
asked Gottrick, in a manner that was anything but reassuring. The massive axe he held in one fist made him even more threatening.
"Why do you wander these roads in winter?"
It was a good question. Any sensible peasant would be huddling in his hovel right now. Felix already knew the answer. These were refugees.
Beasts came,
said the old woman eventually.
out of the woods. They burned our houses, burned the inn, burned everything, killed most and carried others off.
"Most likely wanted breakfast," said Gottrick.
The expressions on the faces of the refugees told Felix that they had not needed to know that.
"Beastmen?"
Snorri had perked up, as he always did at the prospect of a fight.
Aye, scores of them,
said the old woman.
Came out of nowhere in the middle of winter. Who would have thought it? Maybe the zealots are right. Maybe the end of the world is coming. They say the Pale Lords have returned, and the Drakenhof Castle is inhabited once more.
That's something you don't need to worry about any more, said Felix, then wished he hadn't. The hag was looking at him as if he were an idiot, which he supposed he was for saying such a thing. Of course, any Sylvanian peasant would worry about Drakenhof Castle and its inhabitants, no matter what some ragged stranger said. You say they burned down the inn? Said Max.
Aye, killed the innkeeper and most of the guests.
Snorri was looking forward to a bucket of vodka,
said Snorri.
Snorri thinks those beastmen need to be taught a lesson.
Gottrick nodded agreement. Felix had been afraid of that. The fact that there were less than a dozen unwounded Kislevite horse archers, the 2 slayers, and Felix and Max to face what sounded like a mass of beastmen did not daunt either dwarf in the least. The Kislevites, hardened warriors from the marshlands where human territories bordered chaos, had sense enough to be worried. Felix could tell from their expressions.
Don't go, said the old woman. You'll just get yourselves killed. Best come with us. Stevensdorp is just a couple of days' walk south of here. It's less than a day without the snow.
If it's not been burned to the ground too,
said Gottrick, somewhat unhelpfully. A couple of the children whimpered. 1 or 2 of the men looked as if they were fighting back tears themselves. Felix could not blame them. Doubtless only the thought of sanctuary among their kin in the nearby village had kept them going. Even as Felix watched, one man collapsed onto his knees, letting his pitchfork fall from numbed fingers. He made the sign of Shalia on his breast and bowed his head. Two of the children went over to him and began to tug his sleeves, whispering, "Dada."
"Best get going, if we're going to overtake these beastmen,"
said Gottrick. Snorri nodded agreement. Wulfgar shook his head. "We will guard these folk en route to their kin," he said. "We must find a place for our wounded." He looked almost shamefaced as he said it. Felix did not blame him, though. The Kislevites had been sorely demoralized by the death of Ivan, and the events at Drakenhof had been enough to dent the courage of even the bravest. Gottrick stared at Wulfgar for a moment. Felix feared the slayer was about to give the horse soldier the benefit of a few well-chosen words concerning the courage and hardiness of Kislevite humanity. But he just shrugged and shook his head. "What about you, Max?" Felix asked. The wizard considered for a moment before saying, "I will come with you. These beastmen should be cleansed from our land." The tone of the wizard's voice worried Felix. He seemed well nigh as bitter and full of rage as Gottrick. Felix hoped that he was not becoming unhinged by grief over what had happened with Ulrika. On the other hand, he was glad Max was coming with them. The wizard was worth a company of horse archers when it came to a fight. Briefly, Felix considered sloping off with the horse archers himself, but decided against it. Not only would it have gone against the oath he had sworn to follow the slayer, but Felix felt far safer in the company of Gottrick, Snorri, and Max than he would in the company of the Kislevites, even if they were going hunting for beastmen. "Best be getting on, then," he was surprised to hear himself saying. "If we want to get there by nightfall." "This place has certainly changed since we were last here," said Felix, looking at the still smouldering ruins of what had once been a walled village. Nobody paid him the slightest attention. They were all too busy looking at the wreckage for themselves. There was not much left. Most of the hovels had been made of wattle and daub with thatched roofs. Their walls had been kicked in, their roofs burned. Only the inn had been a more substantial structure, of timber and stone. It had taken a fair time to collapse, he guessed. The flames must have been fierce indeed to consume the structure. A pity it was gone, he thought, for the weather was already starting to worsen. Even as he watched, shadowy figures moved within it. They were too big and too misshapen to be human. There was only one thing that looked like that. Beastmen. Snorri almost howled with joy when he realized what they were seeing, and brandished his axe and his hammer in the air. Gottrick raised his axe, ran his thumb along the blade until it drew blood, and then spat a curse. If this intimidated the beastmen, they gave no sign. A group of them emerged from the ruins of the inn. Some of them possessed bovine heads, while others had the heads of goats or wolves or other beasts. All of them were massive and muscular. All of them were armed with crude spears, massive spiked clubs or hammers. They were an incongruous sight. The last time Felix had passed through this place, the Green Man had been occupied by humans, and he had passed an evening in bizarre conversation with the vampiric countess. Now the whole small village surrounding the inn had been swept away. In his lifetime, Felix had seen a great deal of slaughter and a number of villages razed, but he knew he would never get used to it. The senseless carnage fueled his anger and his resentment.
What?
The dozen beastmen swept forward. They obviously felt no fear at facing such a small group of opponents. Answering calls came from elsewhere, from the snow-girt woods around the sacked hamlet. Felix hoped he and the others had not bitten off more than they could chew. As the beastmen loped forward, Gottrick and Snorri raced to meet them. Raced was probably the wrong word under the circumstances, Felix decided. The dwarf's short legs carried them at what would have been a comfortable jog for Felix. In any case, the distance between them closed swiftly. Felix looked at Max to see if the wizard was going to cast a spell. Max scanned their surroundings, looking for other attackers. He seemed confident that the slayers could handle the beasts. Gotrek hit the pack slightly ahead of Snorri. His axe hurtled through a tremendous arc, lopping off the arm of the nearest beastman, opening the stomach of another to send a wave of blood and bile spraying to the ground, and smashing through the raised club with which a third attempted to parry. A moment later, Snorri took down the disarmed beastman with a stroke of the hammer he held in one hand, and buried his axe in the skull of another. There was a sickening crunch like rotten wood splintering as he drove it home. Within a few heartbeats, 5 of the beastmen were down. Gotrek and Snorri barely slowed. Gotrek leapt forward and chopped a wolf-headed creature clean in two, sending its upper body one way and its lower body another. Snorri whirled like an Arabian dervish and brought both his weapons smashing into another chaos spawn. The hammer tenderized flesh, even as the axe smashed ribs and bit down into the creature's lungs. It stood for a moment, blowing bubbles of bloody froth from its chest before it collapsed. The surviving beastmen had not even had time to realize the scale of the casualties they had taken. They swept forward, trying to overwhelm their foes. They obviously had confidence in the sheer brutal power of their blows, but they had reckoned without the strength of Gotrek and Snorri's stark ferocity. Gotrek whirled his axe in a massive double arc, driving them back. Snorri dived forward to land on his side and hit the snow rolling. He barreled into the legs of one beastman, tripping it, while his axe took another behind the knee, sending it stumbling to the ground. Without breaking stride, Gotrek brought his axe down twice with all the force of a thunderbolt. Felix knew that neither of the fallen beastmen would rise again, given the sickening power of those blows. A heartbeat later, the axe had risen again to behead another beastman. Now the chaos creatures were dismayed. They turned and fled. Gotrek's axe took another in the back. Snorri pulled himself to his feet and lobbed his hammer, catching another on the back of the skull, sending it tumbling forward into the snow. A few moments later, Snorri had reclaimed his hammer and turned the beastman's skull to jelly with it. Felix glanced around. More groups of beastmen had emerged from the wood, just in time to witness the rout of their fellows. Felix could see that there were not nearly as many as he had feared. There were 3 groups, with at most 5 members. It looked like the largest part of their force had emerged from the inn. Nonetheless, they looked like they were considering a charge, when Max raised his arms and began incanting a spell. In seconds, a sphere of light, brighter than the sun, appeared in each of his clenched fists. When he opened his fingers, bolts of pure blazing golden power lashed forward. They ravened among the brutes, charring flesh and melting bone. It was all too much for the chaos creatures. They turned tail and fled into the woods. Felix was amazed. Events had moved so swiftly he had not even managed to bloody his sword. He felt almost embarrassed when he considered it. Seeing his expression, Gotrek spoke up.
"Don't worry, Madling. You'll get your chance to kill Chaos Spawn when we follow these beasts to their lair."
"I was afraid you were going to say that," Felix said. He moved into the ruins of the inn. Butchered bodies were everywhere. Human bones lay in the snow, cracked for marrow and gnawed by powerful jaws. He felt like being sick, but he controlled himself.
"Looks like they stopped here for a snack,"
said Gotrek. 2 hours later, massive trees loomed all around them. The snow was falling so heavily that Felix could barely see 10 feet ahead of him. They had long ago lost all sight of the beastmen's tracks. Now it was only a matter of trudging forward through the storm, making sure to keep his eyes fixed firmly on Gotrek's broad back. The wind whined in his ears, the snowflakes melted in his hair. His breath emerged in frosty clouds. His fingers felt too numb to hold a sword. He was not sure that if he was attacked now, he would even be capable of fighting. He sincerely hoped the slayers were in a better way. Right now, he desperately wished he had gone off with the Kislevites. Now was not the time to be caught in the Sylvanian woods by a sudden blizzard. They needed to find shelter soon, or they were doomed. Chapter 2.
"I want to kill Gotrek Gurnison myself,"
said Groom of Nightfang. He loomed out of the shadows like a small mountain of metal and armor. The intricate net of potent enchantments on his armor was almost dazzling to Kelmain's mage sight. The warlord had been like a man demented ever since the defeated scouts had returned out of the blizzard, bearing word of the dwarf's presence. Kelmain wished he had never mentioned it now, but he had been at Prague and knew from the descriptions of their adversaries that only Gottrick Gurnason and his associates matched the scouts' descriptions.
Why?
Asked the Chaos Wizard, just to be contrary. Kelmain looked around the stone walls of the ancient antechamber, trying to gather his patience. The runes fascinated him, and so did those bizarre carvings, but the smell was so distracting. He covered his mouth and his nose with one clawed hand. Groom stank of sweat and the old blood and congealed brains that covered his armour. Normally Kelmain did not consider himself fastidious. It was not something anyone in his line of work could afford to be. But this was the limit.
Because his axe killed Eric Demonclaw, and I want it for my own. Such a weapon would be worthy of me. All considered Eric's armour unbreachable,
Groom's deep voice bellowed. Outside, the wind and snow whirled past, deflected by the spells Kelmain had woven around them. Kelmain gazed into the hovering crystal and saw his identical twin, Loigor, reflected within. He might as well have been standing in the room, not 1,000 leagues away within that dreary temple on the island of Albion. Tall, thin, vulpine of features, pale of skin. The difference was that Loigor was clad in gold instead of black, and had a rune staff of gold, as opposed to his own staff of ebony and silver. Loigor flapped a hand beneath his nose, and then raised a hand to his mouth. Kelmain knew what he meant. Why, of all the Chaos warlords gathered, did it have to be Groom who accompanied him on this reconnaissance, he wondered? Why could it not be Kestranor the Castrator? At least the musky scent of the Slaanesh worshipper was pleasant. Even Julas Khan, the festering follower of Nurgle, was almost preferable to this. It was a pity he had drawn the short straw and been forced to accompany this scouting mission. He would even have preferred the miserable wet weather of that pestilential island to this. Still, he told himself, someone had to do it. Their acolytes were all busy shepherding forces through the paths, and, if truth be told, the idea of using the ancient web of extra-dimensional roadways had excited him.
That is a very dangerous weapon,
said Kelmain, and immediately wished he had not opened his mouth. The stench almost made him gag. Perhaps there was something sorcerous to it. He was not normally so squeamish. Or perhaps it had something to do with that hideous weapon the corn worshipper carried. Just looking at it with his mage sight made the wizard squirm. That was not something he wanted to be killed with. Death would be the least of his worries then.
All weapons are dangerous, but I am a follower of Khorne,
said Groom with a grin of contempt. He was every inch the great warlord, talking down to his wizardly minions. Idiot, Kelmain thought. Why did they always have to work with these muscle-headed buffoons? He sometimes suspected that the great powers of chaos chose their warrior champions for their stupidity, particularly the Blood God.
Indeed he is,
murmured Loigor's voice within his head, and Kelmain knew his twin was thinking exactly the same as he was.
I do not like working with you followers of the Changer of Ways, any more than you like working with me, said Groom. But the Great Ones have spoken, and demons have brought me their words. The time has come for us to unite and overthrow the weak kingdoms of men.
Indeed it has,
thought Kelmain.
And I wonder if you realize how much the place in which we stand has to do with this.
He glanced around at the remains of the ancient arch that dominated the chamber. Here was spellwork of great cunning, godlike in its complexity, so intricate that even when dormant it threatened to overwhelm his mind.
The paths of the old ones,
Kelmain marvelled.
We have opened them, or rather our masters have, and we may use them as we will. Soon, he thought, they will put this entire ancient and corrupt world within our grasp, and we will reshape it to fit our dreams. But to do this, we must work with idiots,
who want to use us only for their own stupid purposes. Groom opened his visor to reveal his bloated and ugly features. A glint of feral cunning showed in the warlord's small, pig-like eyes. Kelmain could almost read his thoughts. The axe of Gotrek had become a legend among the followers of Chaos. At the siege of Prague, it had breached the supposedly invincible armor of the great Chaos warlord Arek Demonclaw. The death of that mighty champion had led to the breaking of his army in the siege of the City of Heroes. Rumour whispered that the dwarf had even destroyed the physical form of one of the great demons of Khorne in the lost city of Caragdoom. Kelmain was one of the few in a position to know exactly how true those rumours were. Groom already had several powerful weapons forged with the imprisoned souls of mighty demons and champions. It was obvious that he wanted to add the dwarf's axe to his collection. It was equally obvious that when the time came, after the forces of Chaos were triumphant, he fully intended to use the weapon against those who opposed him. It was a plan admirably suited to one of his utter stupidity, but who prided himself on his cunning. It would hardly do, thought Kelmain, to explain to him the full perils of trying to use that axe. There, indeed, was a weapon that would take enormous power to pervert to the ways of Chaos, and a tremendous understanding of magic. Groom had absolutely no knowledge of such things. Kelmain did, although he was loath to risk using his powers in so dangerous a pursuit at so critical a time. They were needed to oversee the use of the Old One's devices and ensure that they served Chaos well. Still, perhaps Groom's ambition could be put to another use. He glanced into the crystal once more to see if his brother was following his thoughts. Loigor's answering smile showed that he was.
"Do you know what happened to the last wizard who mocked me?"
Groom asked, his voice full of menace. He had the confidence of one who knows he has a small army of beastmen close at hand. The casualties the Slayer and his comrades had inflicted had reduced their numbers only by a fifth or so. Kelmain stifled a yawn.
I believe his soul went to feed the demon that resides in your bludgeon,
he said.
Or did you not offer him up as a snack to your patron demon prince? I forget. One meets so many mighty champions of Chaos these days, one simply cannot remember all the dreadful punishments they meted out to those who mocked them.
"You play a dangerous game, wizard,"
said Groom. Wrath twisted his bestial features. He loomed over the mage, nearly twice his height. His hand rested on the hilt of the odd magical mace that normally dangled from his wrist.
"By Khorne, you will pay the ultimate price."
You are showing the lack of intellect for which the followers of Khorne are so justly renowned,
said Kelmain, in a tone of apology and abject grovelling that clearly confused the Chaos warrior.
If you were to kill me or feed my soul to your mighty weapon, there would be no one to open the paths of the Old Ones for you, or locate the Slayer on your behalf.
"Then you will do what I command,"
said Groom, self-satisfaction evident in his voice. He had chosen to listen to the tone and not the words, as Kelmain had known he would. Here was a brute, used to bullying his way forward over the objections of others.
Why not? If you succeed, we will have one enemy less. I have no love for Gotrek Gurnison, and would be glad to see him dead. I will give you enchantments to let you locate the Slayer and his axe, said Kelmain. When you find him, kill him. If you can,
he added so quietly that Groom did not hear. Kelmain watched Groom's force assemble within the antechamber. The carved heads of obscene toad-like gods seemed to watch them mockingly. Looking into the viewing crystal, he met the gaze of his brother. Loigor looked a little weak. Using the spell of speaking over so vast a distance was draining, even to a mage of his power.
You have found Gotrek Gurnison?
Said Loigor. It was not a question.
Yes, my divinations show our fleeing beastmen were right.
He is near where we are, at the Sylvanian Nexus. One would almost think it was fate, said Kelmain. Perhaps it is. Destiny seems to have marked that one, or the powers that oppose us. It will most likely prove unfortunate for that giant idiot, he added, gesturing at Groom with his staff. The huge Chaos Warrior ignored him and concentrated on bullying a score of his troops into position. I should close this portal and leave him to get cold feet, treading through the winter snows of the Empire. Call him back, brother. And you could always send him to Lustria, if you are worried about his health in the winter. Loigor's smile was cold, but there was an evil humour in it. Or to the gateway in sunken Melee. That would clean his armour for him, said Kelmain. I don't think our last scouting team returned from testing the path we thought led into the heart of Firemount. Some lava might heat our large friend up nicely.
To Uthuan, to teach the elves what happens to those who defy the champions of the Blood God, said Loigor, in an almost perfect copy of the Chaos Champion's booming manner. Kelmain laughed, and so eerie was the sound of his mirth that the beastmen looked up and shuddered. Get on with it, bellowed Groom. Kelmain shrugged and gestured expansively. I see you have another plan, brother, said Loigor, a look of wicked mirth upon his face. As ever, you understand me perfectly. There is more than one way to doom a dwarf. He picked up the orb of seeing he had taken from the ruins of ancient Lamia. It felt cold as rock in his hands. The gem in the centre of the perfect sphere glittered with magical energy. He muttered the spell, and it rose into the air and swooped down to circle the Chaos Warrior. Kelmain shut his eyes and concentrated on the link. His point of view shifted to that of the gem. It was his eye, and he could see through it now. This will lead you to that accursed dwarf, said Kelmain, and the spell allowed his voice to emerge from the eye, and allow us to witness your great victory. Go kill Gotrek Gurnison, said Kelmain. A little tired from the strain of the ritual, Kelmain yawned. His brother did likewise. A small significant feeling of triumph filled Kelmain as he prepared to shift his consciousness into the eye. One way or another, Gotrek Gurnison was as good as dead, and so was anybody with him. Groom and his warriors were already heading out of the antechamber into snow. You do not think that Groom can overcome Gotrek Gurnison? He is tough, and his force is very numerous, but even if he does not, it will serve our purposes. If they fail to overcome the Slayer, they will lure him here. There are things within the paths of the Old Ones which can kill even him. Chapter 3. The servants looked at him with awe as he entered the stable. Teclis was garbed for battle, wearing the war crown of Saphari and bearing the staff of Liliath. Ignoring their stares, he inspected the griffin. It was a magnificent beast, a winged eagle-headed lion, large enough for an elf to ride. It opened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing scream that caused the courtesans to shriek nervously and then giggle. It was a war cry that down through the ages had terrified the enemies of the elves. Now that the great dragons lay mostly dormant, these mighty magical creatures were the favoured aerial steeds of the elves. Of course, they were rare. This one, a champion racer, would have cost the ransom of a human king. The great breeder, Ranagor, had reared it with her own hand from an egg she had taken from the highest slopes of Mount Brood. There were times Teclis wished he had learned to properly master a griffin, but he never had. It was a skill that only the strongest of elves could learn, and it was an art that had to be learned young. In his youth, he had been too sickly. He would never be able to ride one of these magnificent creatures into battle without first paralyzing its fierce will with magic, which would defeat the whole point.
He would need to use a spell of stupefaction to make the thing docile enough to ride. A spasm of dizziness passed through him. They were getting worse. He counted slowly to 20, and there was no surprise when the earth shook and the building quaked. His uncanny sensitivity to fluctuations in the level of magical energy around him, a side effect of the spells he used to give himself normal health and energy, had forewarned him of the quake. He knew that he needed to get busy, that time was running out for his land and his people, and, if the binding spells failed, for himself too, most likely. He took a deep breath of the stable air. It held the overpowering stink of animal flesh and dung, and of feathers. His aged servants hooked the great saddle to the creature's back, all the while trying to be careful of its mighty claws and great scimitar-like beak. They checked the girth and the bridle, and then looked at him. He shrugged and exerted his will, muttering the words of the charm. He felt the flow of energy round about him, warming him as it always did, and he sent tendrils of it out to touch the great beast, to calm its fierce heart and soothe its burning brain. The creature's eyelids drooped, and its posture slumped as the spell took hold. It somehow looked smaller now, far less regal. Teclis muttered an apology and limped forward, dragging himself wearily into the saddle and buckling himself in. Not for him the bravado of some young elves who rode bareback and unharnessed, and performed tricks on the backs of their steeds. He made sure all the buckles were in place, feeling slightly embarrassed as he did so. This was the way a child would ride, but he was taking no chances of falling from the saddle. Certainly he knew spells of levitation, but were he to be stunned for a moment, or distracted, or should the winds of magic simply not blow strong enough, a fall might prove fatal nonetheless. His brother strode forward to look at him, ignoring the griffin's enormous beak and huge claws, with a calm that Teclis envied. Even the bravest usually showed signs of nervousness around the beasts, but not Tyrion. He seemed as comfortable and at ease as he had done over the dinner table, and it was no false bravado either. "Are you sure you do not wish me to accompany you?" he said. "Your duties lie here, brother, with our fleet, and this is a task best accomplished by sorcery alone." "I bow to your superior knowledge, then. But it's been my experience that a well-honed blade can prove useful at the most unexpected of moments." Teclis tapped the blade that hung at his side with his left hand. "I have a well-honed blade, and I was taught to use it by a master," he said. Tyrion grinned and shrugged. "I hope you learned my lessons well, little brother." The affection and condescension in his tone irritated Teclis no end, but he hid them behind a sour smile. "May you live 1,000 years, brother." "And thee, Teclis of the White Tower." With his usual impeccable timing, Tyrion stepped back out of the griffin's way and executed a perfect courtly bow. He waved to the women and to his servants, drew back on the reins and waited. The griffin's haunches bunched beneath him as its muscles tensed for the spring. He felt a momentary dizzy lurch in his stomach as the creature bounded forward and launched itself into space through the opening in the balcony. For a brief, giddy moment, he saw the entire city spread out beneath him, from the palace temple of the Phoenix King to the great statue of Anarion that greeted the returning sailors in the harbour, all illuminated by the golden sunlight of Ulthuan. His stomach lurched further as the griffin dropped earthward. He felt a momentary panic. The restraining harness that had seemed like such a good idea a few moments ago now felt like a death trap. In the moments it would take to release it and cast a spell of levitation, he and his mount would be spattered on the hard marble below. He fought down the urge to close his eyes, and watched as the purple-tiled rooftops of the villas of the lesser nobles came closer. Then the griffin spread its enormous pinions with a crack. They beat the air with the force of thunderbolts. For a moment, the heart-stopping descent was arrested, and the creature seemed to float on the very air, caught for a heartbeat between the power of gravity and the force of its own upward motion. For a second, Teclis felt weightless, caught between horror and exhilaration. Then the griffin increased the force of its wing beats, and its gigantic magical strength triumphed over the Earth's pull. Beneath him, Teclis could feel its chest expand and contract as it breathed in time with its wing movements. He could feel the metronome of its heart, driving blood to muscles, powering sinews like some mighty engine. The griffin let out an ear-piercing shriek of pure triumph, and Teclis knew exactly how it felt. Looking down at the city stretched beneath him like the model town in some elvish infant's playroom, he was exultant. Perhaps this was how the gods felt, he thought, when they looked down from the heavens to see how their mortal pawns were behaving. He saw the people in the street, the Tiranoki in their chariots, proud dragon lords on their horses, scholar slaves from far Cathay, merchants from a dozen lands of men, all look up at him. Did they recognize him? The premier wizard of this land going about his business? It did not really matter. They looked up in awe and wonder at the sight of an elven lord passing overhead, and they shouted and waved in greeting. He waved back, letting the steeds skim over the rooftops out towards the harbour, to the thousands of towering masts that marked the position of the ships. He passed over the decaying mansions and the empty houses, noticed the half-empty streets built to accommodate 10 times the current number of inhabitants, and some of the feeling of triumph drained out of him. The realization struck him with the force of a hammer blow, as it always did, that his people were a dying. No amount of pomp and circumstance could conceal that.
Yeah,
The
we're
endless
listening
parades
to
and ceremonies could not hide it.
well, Giant
The
Slayer,
towering genius
Gotcha
that had lined
Capellix.
every avenue with mighty statues and soaring columns
And
was
while
fading
we're
from
doing
this
that,
world.
I'm slicing some CAD files.
Slaves and outsiders inhabited
There
many
we
of the
go.
buildings round the harbour, filling them with buzzing life that counterfeited the ancient glories of Lothern. But it was not elvish life. It was the life of outsiders, of people who had come to this island continent but recently, and who had never set foot outside the foreigners' quarter
see.
of this one
Gonna
city.
need 4. Gonna need
As it often did, a vision took form in his mind
yes,
of the inevitable death of all he held dear.
nozzle.
One day, he knew, these streets, this city, this whole continent would be empty of elves. His people would be
Support.
gone, leaving not even
Auto.
ghosts, and only the footsteps of those strangers would echo through the ruins of what had once been their homes. He tried to dismiss the image, but he could not. Like all elves, he was prone to melancholy, but unlike his kindred, he did not revel in it. He despised it as a weakness. But now, leaving this ancient, glorious city for what might prove to be the last time, he could not resist giving in to the impulse. Already, he could see that the number of human ships in the harbour near outnumbered the elvish ones. True, there were many mighty eagles, falcons, and bloodhawks, their long, lean lines designed to penetrate the waves like a spear. Driven by magical winds, they were the fastest, most maneuverable craft on the sea. But even here, in their home city, in the greatest of all elf ports, they were hemmed in by the craft of others. Here were mighty galleons from Bretonia and Marienburg. Below him he could see dhows from Araby, their sails like the fins of sharks, and junks from far Cathay, with towering stern castles and lateen rigs designed to catch the winds of distant seas. They had all come here to trade, to purchase the magical wares and powerful drugs and medicines for which the elves were famous, and in return they had brought silk, exotic woods, perfumes, spices, and trained pleasure slaves, all the things required to make comfortable the twilight years of his people. The salt tang of the sea caught his nostrils. He caught sight of a human gazing up at him with a spyglass from the crow's nest of one of the ships. He fought down the cat-like malign urge to send his griffin flying close to the man's head to terrify him, and pulled on the reins, turning his mount upwards and northwards, towards the clouds and the distant mountains, wreathed in the powerful aura of ancient and mighty spells. He realized for a moment he had been tempted by the old cruelty of his people, who saw the lives of other lesser races as nothing more than playthings, and he felt a surge of the sickness and self-hatred that made him so unlike the rest of his people. There were times when he felt that the elves, in their arrogance, deserved to be replaced, to be superseded by the younger races. At least they still strove to build things, to learn, to make things anew, and in many ways they were succeeding. Instead, his people lived in the past, in dreams of long-gone glories. To them all knowledge worth possessing was already known, all sorceries perfected to their highest level by elvish adepts. Teclis had studied the mysteries of magic long and hard, and he knew how deeply his people deceived themselves. In his youth he had dreamed of uncovering new spells and recovering lost arts, and he had done so. But in recent years even that had lost its savour, and there were things he sometimes wished he had not learned. He thought of the letter he had left with his brother to give to the Phoenix King, explaining what was happening. He thought of the messages already dispatched by sorcerous means to the adepts of the White Tower. He had done what he could to forewarn those he was sworn to protect, and now he had to do his duty or die in the attempt. Considering the magnitude of the task that faced him, the latter eventuality seemed not unlikely. He tugged the reins of the docile griffin and sent it arcing towards the distant mountains. Beneath him, he could see the carved peaks of Carillion. Ancient magic had reformed them into gigantic statues, a testimony to the power of the elves. Teclis shuddered to think how much magical energy, how many years of wizardly labour had gone into carving those stones into the shapes of great beasts. Here, too, mighty Pegasi flanked the valley, each 100 times the height of an elf. Clouds gathered beneath their wings. Each was poised to take flight or strike with a massive hoof. It seemed like at any moment they might come to life and crush him like a small and pathetic insect. They were not simply for show, either. His mage sight showed him that they were wrapped around with spells of fantastic complexity, lattices of pure mystical energy that pulsed and crackled with power. They were part of the huge web of spells that covered the continent of Ulthuan and kept it stable. Without it to bleed off power and shape it to other uses, the entire land would become unstable and sink once more beneath the waves, or be torn apart in immense volcanic convulsions. These huge statues were far from the mightiest works of his people. In the Northlands, entire mountains had been carved into the semblance of ever more fantastic and grotesque beasts. There is a mad strain in us, he thought. It burns stronger in the hearts of our dark kindred of Nagaroth, but it lurks in the heart of every elf. Pride, madness, and a warped genius for art showed in those statues, just as it showed in every elf city. Perhaps the dwarves are right about us, he thought. Perhaps we are indeed cursed. He dismissed the thoughts, then concentrated on the task at hand. He circled the griffin over the valley, seeking the thing he knew he would find in the shadow of those mighty wings. It blazed in his mage sight now, even more brightly than the flows of magic through the waypaths. This was new. It had not been so before, when last he had passed this way. Something was interfering with the work of the ancients here. He dropped the griffin closer. An enormous standing stone stood there, and it was this which the Pegasi had been set to guard. It was monolithic, eroded by millennia of strange weather, and yet it still stood. In the side of the hill, in the shadow of the stone, was an entranceway. It led down into an antechamber that had been sealed for millennia, and with good reason. Behind it lay the work of those capable of challenging all the power and wisdom of the elves, artifacts of a people who had left these lands while his ancestors were still barbarians. This was the accursed place Tassirion had mentioned in his book, one of several to be found in ancient Ulthuan. He dragged on the top rein, giving the griffin the signal to land. He could see nothing threatening, but he was cautious. Many strange monsters were to be found in these lands, and sometimes war parties of dark elves made it even this close to Lothern. It would not do to take every precaution against sorcery and find himself chopped down by some poisoned arrow. Even as the beast descended, a wave of weakness passed through him again, and the earth shook. The stone danced. The mighty winged horses shivered as if afraid. In the distance, burning mountains spouted strange multicolored clouds into the sky. Teclis cursed. Whatever it was getting stronger. Either that, or he was nearer the epicenter. The griffin's claws touched earth. He felt the beast's muscles contract beneath him as it absorbed the force of impact. It paused there, uncertain as to what to do, as the earth quivered beneath it. A moment later, things had settled once more. Teclis descended from the saddle, struggling with the illusion that the earth would begin to shake once more, or that he would somehow sink into it, as if it were water. An earthquake was something that unsettled the senses in many ways, and made the brain doubt many things. He was almost surprised when the ground did not give way. He strode closer to the entrance now, studying it. There was a stone arch and stone gates blocking the way forward. On the gate was inscribed the ancient edict forbidding any elf to proceed further. Teclis knew he was breaking laws made in the time of making itself by opening them. It was a crime punishable by death. This was one reason he had not wanted his brother with him. Not that such things would have mattered to most elves. The spells to unlock these forbidden vaults were known to very few. The Everqueen, a few of the masters of the White Tower, and himself. Tassirion had read them and used them to his eternal regret centuries ago. His fate had been a warning to others who might disturb what lay here. Teclis considered this for a moment, and then spoke the spell. The wards laid by his forebears opened, and the huge door slid silently inwards, leading down into a massive darkened antechamber. On the far side of the chamber was an archway, and through it he could see a road that led down into darkness. The great arch was many times his height. It was carved in ancient-looking runes, and the toad-like heads of an ancient race were carved in it. He could see the flow of powerful magic within it. It emanated a sense of evil that was almost palpable. Teclis shuddered and muttered a charm against chaos, even as he strode out of the balmy sunlight and into the cool shadows. The doorway slid shut behind him. He proceeded downwards under several more archways. The walls were huge blocks of dressed stone, carved with odd linear runes. He sensed evil within them, too. No, he told himself, it was not the stones themselves that were evil. It was the stuff that seeped through them. Here was pure dark magic, the raw stuff of chaos, a radiation that could twist mind and body in many ways. The spells built into the arch had been designed to contain it, but he could see now that they were ancient, flawed and unraveling, and that it was their weakness that allowed the sinister energy to flow through. This was why ward spells were placed around this site, and his people were forbidden to enter. The whole area would eventually become tainted and corrupt, a cancer at the heart of Ulthuan, a stain of darkness that would slowly spread across the land. For now, though, he had other worries. If he did not solve the mystery of what was causing the quakes, there would be no need to worry about the corruption of anything but a few deep-sea fishes, for his homeland would vanish beneath the cleansing waves. He must seek out the oracle of the truth-sayers and find out what must be done. He reached out and touched the surface of one of the stones. It was not smooth. Strange angular runes had been carved on it, pictographic glyphs similar to those that elven explorers had brought back from the lost continent of Lustria and the steaming, jungle-girt cities of the lizard folk. Beneath them, he could feel the magic flow, strong currents, powerful and deep. From his readings, he knew this was not supposed to be the case. The ways were supposed to be dormant, sealed. This amount of power should not be passing through them. He knew his suspicions were correct now. This place, and others like it, were the source of the imbalance that threatened Ulthuan. Their activation was draining power from the Watchstones, unsettling the precarious balance of the spells that protected the land. They were drawing massive amounts of magical energy out of the system, and if they were not stopped, it would only be a matter of time before they caused a catastrophe. Who could have done this thing, he wondered? It was always possible that it was all a colossal cosmic accident, or that the ancient wards had simply worn away. With a system so complex and ancient and fragile, you could not rule such a thing out. Still, his instincts told him that such was not the case. He mistrusted anything to do with the dark power of chaos. Too many other things were happening in the world for him to be happy with the thought that all of this was coincidence. In the old world, the armies of darkness swept across the land like a crimson tide, leaving red ruin in their wake. The seas had become dangerous, as monsters rose from the depths and the black ships of chaos ravaged all they encountered. In the north, the ancient enemy stirred. War was coming to Ulthuan, just as it had already come to the rest of the world. At times like these, it was foolish to believe in coincidence. He strode around the last and deepest arch buried deep below the earth, studying the runes and the underlying pattern of magic that they channeled. He spoke a spell of divination that laid the entire intricate pattern bare. A work of breathtaking genius indeed, he thought, as he looked on the lines of magic. It was as if 1,000,000 spiders had spent 1,000 years spinning a web of near inconceivable complexity. For all his centuries of study, this was a work that dazzled him. He did not need to understand how the thing was created, any more than the drinker of a virility potion need understand the alchemical process by which it was made. He needed only to understand what the thing was used for, and that seemed clear enough. Some of the spells were wards, designed to block passage through them. They were mostly frayed and gone now, no longer potent enough to fulfill their maker's purpose. It was what they guarded that interested him now. The wards guarded a doorway, an opening into somewhere else. Elf sorcerers had long known that these things existed, but the ancients had closed them for their own incomprehensible reasons, and the old elves had thought it best to leave them undisturbed. In these later ages, they could only be opened at certain times, when the stars were right, when the flaws in the old spells were temporarily revealed. Until now, Teclis reminded himself. Now, someone, or something, had clearly found a way to open them again. He sat down cross-legged in the center of the chamber. He considered the ancient network of spells his ancestors had built to keep the island continent stable. It was commonly assumed that they had been the creation of elves, a unique product of elvish genius. Was it possible those ancient mages had simply built on top of the work of the ancients, tapping its power for their own purposes? Now that someone had reactivated these artifacts of the old ones, they would draw power out of Ulthuan's magical wards. Yes, he thought, it was entirely possible that such was the case. It was a road to catastrophe. There was only one thing to do now. He must find the source of all this and reverse it. He must find a way of passing through the gate and shutting it down again. Teclis closed his eyes and began to meditate. He knew time was getting short. Chapter 4. I wish this weather would ease up," said Felix Jaeger, drawing his faded red Sudanland wool cloak tighter about himself and leaning closer to the small sputtering fire. It just about lit the whole cave. Felix was glad of it. Another few minutes in the snowstorm would have done for him.
It's winter, and it's Sylvania, Madling. What do you expect? It's supposed to be as cold as an elvish heart.
Felix looked over at the Slayer. If the massive dwarf felt any discomfort at the biting chill, he showed no sign of it. Snow clustered in his massive crest of bright orange hair and covered the tattoos of his shaven skull, but he was still dressed, as always, only in his thick leather waistcoat, breeches and boots. His massive rune-covered axe lay close at hand. He drew a little further from the fire as if to emphasize his toughness. There were times when Felix hated travelling with dwarfs. He looked over at Max to see how the wizard was taking this display of rugged outdoor toughness, but he was lost in thought, staring into the fire as if he could discern some mystical pattern there. He had been like this ever since they had discovered Ulrika's fate back at the keep. He had responded only to Felix's request to use his magic to light their fire, when even the dwarf's attempts with flint and tinder had failed. The wizard looked like a man caught in a particularly evil waking dream. Felix could understand that. Just the thought of Ulrika and what had happened to her drove a knife blade of conflicting emotions into his own heart. Whatever had once lay between them, it was over now. Her transformation into one of the undead had seen to that. He tried to push the thought away. These were things he did not want to consider here in these dark woods, in this ancient haunted land.
Snorri was hoping there was a bear in this cave,
observed Snorri. He did look disappointed as well. An almost comic look of dismay passed over his broad, stupid face. He reached up with one massive paw and stroked the painted nails that had been driven deep into his skull. Like Gottrick, Snorri was almost as broad as he was tall, and he was solid muscle, although in Snorri's case that included the space between his ears, thought Felix. "Why?" Felix asked. "Did you want to skin it and wear it for a cloak?"
What would Snorri need a cloak for, young Felix? This is like a summer picnic compared to winter in the World's Edge Mountains.
If I hear that line about summer picnics once more, I will hammer some more nails into your head, thought Felix sourly. He had listened to the dwarves' cheery comments on the worsening weather with increasing hostility for some days now.
You think this is cold, Madling? Said Gottrick. You should have been in the high passes in the grim winter. Now that was cold.
I'm sure you're going to tell me about it, said Felix.
Snorri remembers that, said Snorri. Snorri was with Gurney Grimson's warband chasing orcs. It was so cold that one night Forgast Gaptooth's fingers all turned black and dropped into the soup he was stirring. Good soup it was, too.
He laughed, as if at a fond memory.
So cold that his beard froze solid and broke off in chunks like icicles.
You're making this up, said Felix.
No, Snorri isn't.
Probably true, thought Felix. Snorri didn't have the imagination to make anything up.
Very proud he was of that beard, too. When he came home, his wife didn't recognize him. He was so ashamed he shaved his head. A troll ate him at the end. Of course he choked it on the way down. Now there was a slayer, said Snorri approvingly.
Gottrick nodded. Felix was not surprised. The slayers lived only to die in combat with the nastiest and largest monsters, to redeem themselves for crimes or sins they had committed. Felix was not sure that he would count choking a troll to death as it ate you a heroic death, but he was not about to mention that now.
Wish there had been a bear in this cave, said Snorri wistfully. A big one, maybe two. Good eating in bears.
You would know, said Felix.
Better than squirrels or rabbits or hares, said Snorri. Wish there was a bear in this cave.
Some say the caves about here are haunted, said Max. It was his first contribution to the conversation in a long time, but it seemed to suit his gloomy mood. "What do you mean?" Felix asked. "In Legends of Sylvania, Neumann mentions that the caves around Drakenhof were meant to be haunted. The locals avoided them. Some claim that their roots went all the way down into hell." "Perhaps you should have mentioned this before Snorri and Gottrick led us into these caves," said Felix. "It's only a story, Felix. And considering the alternative was freezing to death, would you really have let it put you off?" Felix supposed not, but he still felt peeved. "You think there's anything to these stories, Max?" "Some stories contain hints of truth, Felix." "Is there anything else you forgot to tell us?" "They say folk who went deep into the caves went missing, never to be seen again."
Maybe there was bears in them, said Snorri. Bears could have eaten them.
He was glancing at the back of the cave hopefully, as if expecting to see it run deeper. Felix was glad he had already checked it earlier. The cave ran just a few more strides back under the hill. "And there were lots of altered ones, who sometimes used them for shelter."
"The bears?"
said Snorri, confused. "The caves," said Max. Felix noticed that Gottrick had stopped listening and was glancing over his shoulder out into the night. His fingers had tightened on his axe. Max was sitting up and glancing out into the darkness too. "What is it?" Felix asked, already fearing the worst.
"Something is out there," said Gottrick. "I smell beasts. There is the taint of chaos on the wind."
Snorri cheered up at once.
"Let's go get them."
"Yes," said Felix sarcastically. "Let's not worry about little things like how many of them there are or whether they might be ready for us."
"Of course not," said Snorri. "Why would Snorri do that?"
"There is magic out there," said Max, and his voice sounded sepulchral. "Dark magic. The winds of chaos blow strong this night." Felix groaned. Why was it that just when he thought a situation could not get any worse, it always did? Sitting in a frozen cave by a sputtering fire with two death-seeking dwarfs and a gloomy wizard, while a blizzard raged outside, had been bad enough. Now it seemed like the forces of chaos and dark magic were about to take a hand. Why do the gods hate me so? Felix wondered. "And there's something more," said Max. His gaunt face looked strained, and there was a feverish light in his eyes. "I'm no longer capable of being surprised," sneered Felix, "but do tell anyway." "I don't know what it is. There is a power here, the like of which I have not encountered before. There is a strange magic at work. I sensed it an hour ago." "Nice of you to mention that too," said Felix. The two dwarfs stared at them impatiently. "There was no sense in disturbing you while you rested, until I had a clearer idea of what it was. It might have had nothing to do with us." "Apparently it does." "Yes. Why else would the beastmen be coming this way? How could they have found us on a night like tonight?" "You're saying they're coming for us?" said Felix, drawing his sword.
"They're already here, manling,"
said Gottrick. Felix looked past the slayer into the blizzard. He could see massive forms that bore only the vaguest resemblance to humans, and mighty black armoured warriors, the likeness of which he knew only too well. "Did they follow us all the way from Prague?" Felix asked, curling his lip.
"If so, then they've come a long way to die, manling." "Snorri thinks Snorri should go first,"
said Snorri, suiting actions to words and charging out, brandishing his axe in one hand and his hammer in the other. Within heartbeats he was amid the beastmen, cleaving through them like a thunderbolt, raising a tempest of snow around his booted feet. The look of glee on his simple, brutal face reminded Felix of children snowball fighting. Gottrick moved in his wake, moving through the snow as if it was not there, no more slowed by the deep drifts than the beastmen or the Chaos Warriors. Behind him, Felix heard Max begin to chant a spell.
Looks a little big.
He knew better than to look around. A lapse of concentration in combat was often fatal, and he did not take his eyes from his opponents. There were at least a score of beastmen. As always, they were shambling parodies of humanity, with the heads of goats or wolves or oxen. They clutched a variety of crudely made weapons in their mutated hands and talons. Their shields bore the symbol of chaos, 8 arrows radiating out from a huge cat-like eye. A monstrous chaos warrior led them, quite the biggest Felix had ever seen. He was as huge as an ogre. Perhaps he had once been one. He was more than half again as tall as Felix, and Felix was a tall man. Felix guessed the Chaos Warrior outweighed him by a factor of 4, and that was not counting the rune-encrusted armor that covered his massive form. There was nothing else for it. He had put off entering the fray quite long enough. It was either fight or be cut down, and though a few minutes ago he might have thought that a mercy compared to the tedium of dwarfish conversation, he found that now his life was at risk. Even Snorri's banalities were not without charm. Howling like a madman, he charged at the nearest beastman, swinging his dragon-hilted blade as hard as he could. The beastman raised his spear to parry. The sharp blade bit chunks from the shaft. Felix brought his boot up, catching the beastman between the legs. The thing howled in agony and bent over. Felix's next strike separated its head from its shoulders. He did not wait for another beastman to come to him, but lunged forward, hampered by the snow and the slickness of footing beneath it. He had learned his fighting in the almshouses of Altdorf's swordmasters, on floors of hard wood and stone. I wonder why my fencing masters never bothered to tell me that most fights would not take place under those ideal circumstances, he thought bitterly. Briefly, he wished he had a pistol, but then realized that in the damp and wet he would have been lucky to get one to work. He crossed blades with a massive beastman, a head shorter than he was, but twice as wide. One of the creature's hands ended in a massive, slimy, suckered tentacles. When it lashed out at his face, he could see a leech-like mouth in the middle of the palm. Once, the horror of the sight might have frozen him, but he had become used to such things over the past few years. In his time travelling with the Slayer, he had seen far worse things. The tentacles slapped his face, and he felt something sting. The slime was corrosive, he thought, or worse, poisoned. Loathing and fear made him lash out all the harder. His blade took the creature in the wrist, shearing away its mutated paw. His next blow split the thing from breastbone to groin. Something bright hissed and sputtered overhead. He knew enough to cover his eyes. There was a brilliant explosion of golden light. A blast of steaming snow scalded his face. He looked up to see that a crater had been cleared from the snow by Max's fireball, and many of the beastmen stood shaking their heads and blinking stupidly as they tried to clear their vision. A couple of roasted bodies lay in a pool of steaming meltwater at the center of the crater. Now was not the time for fighting honorably, Felix realized, particularly not since by the light of a few sputtering bushes he could see scores more beastmen approaching. He raced forward, lashing out with his blade, killing as many of the blinded beastmen as he could. Snorri and Gottrick moved among them, doing the same as they headed towards the oncoming mass. Only the mighty black-armored giant held his ground. Overhead, something strange moved, orbiting it. A magical gem of some sort, Felix guessed. More fireballs arced overhead, bursting among the oncoming mass of beastmen, turning one or two into blazing torches of melting flesh, knocking others to the ground with the force of impact. Knowing it was madness, but unable to think of anything else, Felix shouted, "Follow me, Snorri! Let's get them!" There was method in his madness. Snorri followed him with a will, ignoring the huge Chaos Warrior, unable to allow a mere human to get ahead of him in the race to kill the beastmen. So far, so good, Felix thought. At least my back is covered. He knew that if anybody could take care of the huge Chaos Warrior, it was Gottrick. The dwarf had yet to lose a fight, and Felix doubted that he intended to start now. Felix aimed at the wounded and the fallen as he ploughed into the beastmen, picking off the easy targets, lashing out at any that were blinded. Snorri showed no such discrimination. He attacked whatever was closest, whether it was wounded, unwounded, sighted, blind, or running away. He laughed as he killed, happy as a child with a new toy. Max sent more fireballs arcing overhead. Their explosions turned night briefly to day, and snow to steam. Felix saw one beastman fall, his face a mass of blisters, skin falling away from flesh, and flesh falling from bone like an overcooked ham hock. He took a second to orientate himself, and then threw himself forward, following Snorri into the deepest mass. Behind him, an enormous clanging sound told him that Gottrek's axe had met the blade of the huge Chaos Warrior.
"Now, Slayer of Arik, prepare to die!"
boomed a voice deeper than any human's by at least an octave.
"Your axe will be mine!"
"Do tell," said Gottrek, his grating voice audible even over the roar of battle. Felix ducked the swipe of another beastman and lunged forward, getting his blade beneath the creature's guard and through the wall of its stomach. He turned it upward, beneath the ribs, sending point to heart, and then withdrew it. Blood gouted, and the creature fell forward, blood pouring from a wolf-like mouth, huge teeth snapping so close to Felix's throat that he could smell its foul breath. He lashed out again, clearing a circle around him, and found that the wild swirl of battle had brought him around facing Gottrek and his opponent. The Chaos Warrior was really huge, Felix realized grimly. Felix had not seen anything so big in human shape since he had fought Grey Seer Thanquol's mutated bodyguard back at the Lonely Tower, and in terms of combat prowess, there was no comparison. This thing wore the glowing rune-encrusted armor of a Chaos Warrior, the black metal surface etched with strange sigils and inlaid demon heads. In its right hand was a monstrous shield, moulded to resemble the leering features of a bloodthirster, one of the greatest of demons. In his left hand was a mace of some odd metal, its head shaped like the skull of some other enormous demon. Perhaps it was one, burnished in black and gold. It radiated a strange power. The empty eye sockets glowed with an infernal light that made it seem as if the demon was alive. As the Chaos Warrior raised it, the mace emitted an eardrum-shattering shriek, so loud it threatened to wake the dead.
"I am Groom of Nightfang, and I will not grant you a swift death,"
bellowed the Chaos Warrior.
"I will break your knees and beat your joints to jelly, and then I will throw your maimed body to my followers for their sport."
That's funny.
"Did you come here to boast or to fight?" sneered Gottrek.
"Your death shall be long and terrible, and your kin will wail and gnash their teeth when they hear of it."
"I have no kin," said Gottrek, and just uttering the words made his beard bristle with fury. He lashed forward with his axe. The blade clanged against the shield. The demon's face seemed to twist and grimace in surprise as the axe bit home. Molten metal flowed forth like blood or tears. Strange sorcery was at work here, Felix thought, then ducked as another beastman tried to take his head off. He whirled and brought the pommel of his sword down on the beastman's snout. There was a crunch as bone and cartilage gave way. He punched the creature on the newly sensitive spot with his free fist, and was rewarded by a howl of anguish. As the beastman reeled backward, he sheared away half its face with his sword, leaving teeth and white bone momentarily visible before he put the thing out of its agony by severing its head. More fireballs exploded around him, clearing the area. Felix stood blinking. Either Max had acquired pinpoint accuracy with his magic, or he simply did not care whether he hit Felix or not. It was not a thought calculated to reassure. Felix glanced around. The main force of beastmen was sweeping around the melee and avoiding the killing ground now, trying to get to Max before he could unleash more magic. For a moment, Felix and Snorri stood gazing at each other. The Slayer had killed everything within reach. He blinked and glared stupidly at Felix, unable to understand where all of his foes had suddenly gone. Felix saw Groom bring his howling mace smashing down at Gottrek. The move was incredibly swift and should have reduced the dwarf to a pulp, except that the Slayer was no longer there. With a shift of his footing, he had moved away from the point of impact. Felix could tell from the look on Gottrek's face that he was having to concentrate ferociously on the fight. That was hardly surprising, since the unearthly shrieking of the demonic mace was distracting enough from 50 strides away. The gods alone knew what it must be like closer to the source. Only someone who had seen the dwarf fight as often as Felix had would have spotted that he seemed slower than usual, and that he did not move with quite his customary blinding speed. The monstrous Chaos Warrior chuckled horribly, as if he understood the effect his weapon was having, and had seen it often before. When he spoke, His voice was full of confidence.
The skull mace of Malarak is not to be opposed. It freezes the limbs and chills the hearts of those who face it. Prepare to greet your ancestors.
Felix measured the distance between himself and the Chaos Warrior, taking aim at what looked like a weak point in the backplate of his armor. Even as he did so, he knew that he was too far away to get there in time. Had the hour of the Slayer's doom finally arrived?
Probably not.
Chapter 5. As Felix rushed forward, he noticed a strange stink, like of rotting flesh and congealed blood. It came from the Chaos Warrior, he was sure, and it was as nauseating as it was appropriate. Closing the distance revealed to him how huge Groom was, a veritable mountain of armored flesh. The shrieking of his mace made Felix's head ache and his teeth grind. He felt like his ears were starting to bleed. How the Slayer withstood this, he could not guess. Through the stinking fog, he could see Gotrek still stood frozen as the mace descended. True to his word, Groom was not aiming for the Slayer's head, but for his axe arm. He obviously did intend to capture and torture the Slayer. This did not bode well for the rest of them. Behind him, Felix could barely hear the sounds of carnage as Snorri fought with the beastmen. Groom's insane, booming laughter was barely audible over the demonic shriek of his weapon. Gotrek's face looked pale and flinty. The mace descended like the hammer of some mad war god. At the last second, Gotrek's axe lashed out. The rune-covered blade bit into the demonic skull. Lines of fire flashed along the star metal. The demon's head shattered into 1,000 pieces. The shrieking ceased instantly, and the stinking cloud began to disperse.
You will break my bones, will you?
Said Gotrek, almost conversationally. The axe slashed out, catching the giant just behind the knee. The ornate armor buckled as if it were made from tin. Blood gouted. Groom began to topple backwards like a massive tree. Felix had to jump to one side to avoid being crushed.
You will throw my battered form to your followers for their sport, will you?
The axe descended again on the giant's other leg, cutting through armor and tendons, paralyzing it. Groom began to push himself upwards with both hands. The axe flickered out, taking off the left hand at the wrist. Another blow lopped off the right arm at the elbow. Gotrek spat on his recumbent form and turned to face the beastmen. There was an awful casual cruelty about the Slayer's actions that chilled Felix. The virtually limbless form of the Chaos Warrior thrashed in the snow, bleeding to death. Gotrek strode purposefully towards the beastmen, axe held ready. It was too much for them. They turned and fled in a mad rush. As they did so, Felix noticed the strange eye-like object still hovered there, almost invisible in the gloom. It swiveled backwards and forwards, like an eye tracking them. What new evil was this, he wondered. Kelmain turned to consult his brother's floating image.
So much for the mighty Groom,
he said. The image of the dying Chaos Warrior was still imprinted on his mind.
It was predictable. The likes of Gotrek Garrison are not to be overcome by the grooms of this world. That axe carries a mighty freight of destiny. Best we should remove it from the game board of the world, then,
said Kelmain, smiling.
Proceed with your plan,
said Loigor.
Spring the trap.
No! Shouted Felix, as Gotrek and Snorri disappeared into the gloom. Wait! We must have a plan! It was already too late, he knew. He turned and saw Max Schreiber walking closer. A glow surrounded him. The snow seemed to sizzle away at his feet, turning to steam. It was an eerie sight, and made the magician seem somehow less than human.
Too late, Felix, he said. We'd best go after them.
Did you see that strange floating eye? Felix asked. Max nodded.
A magical construct of considerable power. The focus of some sort of observation spell would be my guess.
You mean we're being watched by a wizard?
Aye, and a very powerful one, too. Most likely the one who planned this attack and led the Chaos worshippers to us.
A Chaos wizard as well as that monster. Great, said Felix sourly. Is there anything you can do about it? We shall see when we find the others, said Max Schreiber. Let's get going, or we'll never catch up with them. Don't worry, said Felix. Dwarves have short legs. There's no way they're going to outrun us. Every few hundred strides they found evidence of where the beastmen had turned at bay and sought to rend the dwarfs. Their lack of success was evident by the number of mutated corpses that lay in the snow. Now, bigger, thicker flakes were starting to fall and fill the tracks and cover the corpses. Soon he knew there would only be odd-looking humps where once living, breathing beings had been. It was all rather depressing, he supposed. Beside him, Max strode along, seemingly impervious to the cold. Felix was glad the mage was near. The aura surrounding him gave off enough heat to ward the worst of the chill. Perhaps Max was directing it that way to help him. Felix did not feel like asking. It also provided enough light to see by. They went that way, said Felix, pointing in the direction of Gottrek's tracks. The slayer had a very recognizable print. His feet were larger and broader than a man's, and his stride was shorter. That does not surprise me, said Max. I have the feeling you're about to tell me something I won't like, said Felix, studying the gloom beyond the circle of light, looking for the reflected glint of beastmen's eyes. Without the slayers, he and Max might be overcome. All it would take would be one lucky spear cast to incapacitate the wizard, and then he would be alone against the monsters. A frown of concentration passed across Max's face. There is a massive source of magical energy in that direction. It blazes like a beacon. I can sense it even from here. It's powerful beyond belief and tainted by the power of chaos. Why did you not tell us this earlier? Didn't want to worry us, I suppose? No, Felix, I did not tell you earlier because it was not there earlier. What new horror waits now, Felix wondered. From up ahead came the sound of fighting. Felix thought he recognized Gottrek's bellowing and Snorri's war cry. He raced up the slope through the snow and emerged into a clearing in the woods. Ahead of them lay a great barrow, or a small hill, incredibly weathered and ancient-looking. In its side was an arch, comprised of two massive uprights and a stone crossbar. All of the barrow, except the arch, was encrusted with newly fallen snow. It glowed oddly, and when the snow touched it, the flakes melted immediately. He guessed the stench of burning vegetation in the air came from incinerated moss. "What the hell is going on here?" he asked. "Magic," said Max. "Of a very powerful kind." Felix could see a battle was taking place at the entrance to the barrow. Snorri and Gottrek hacked and slew their way through a mass of beastmen. The retreating monsters fought a desperate rearguard action as they fled within. Felix and Max followed to the entrance. The way down was peculiar, unlike anything Felix had ever seen before. The walls were massive blocks of undressed stone, covered in strange, angular runes. Several more arches supported the ceiling as the corridor descended down at an angle into the gloom. Somewhere off in the darkness was another intensely glowing arch. The mass of the beastmen raced through the glowing arch and simply disappeared. It was uncanny. One moment they were there, the next they were gone, leaving only a pattern of ripples in the glowing air. Looking closely, Felix could see that the glowing eye hovered over the scene, shifting its location with blurring speed as it moved to position itself for a better view of the combat. Felix decided that he had better go do his part. He raced forward, feeling a strange shiver run down his spine as he passed underneath one of the stone arches. He did not need to be a powerful magician like Max to know there was something supernatural going on here. Snorri slashed and whirled his way through the beastmen corpses, hacking limbs and crushing heads with merry abandon. As he got within range of the glowing arch, something odd occurred. A massive tentacle, thick as the hawser cable on a moored ship, emerged from the glow and wrapped itself around him. Before Felix could shout a warning, the tentacle contracted, and Snorri was dragged through into the glow. In a heartbeat, he had vanished. Gottrek roared a curse and redoubled his efforts, chopping down the last few beastmen. Felix strode up to his side. "What was that thing that took Snorri?" he asked. "A demon, most likely, and soon to be a dead one, or my doom will be upon me," replied the Slayer. Without a backward glance, he leapt forward into the glow. In a second, he too was gone. "Wait!" shouted Max. "You have no idea where that portal leads." Felix stood before the glowing arch and wondered what to do. There was no trace of the Slayers, the Beastmen, or the tentacled monster. He could hear no sounds. Even as he watched, the shimmering began to vanish. Suddenly, something blurred overhead. There was a sickening crunch. Looking back, he could see that Snorri had been cast out through the portal with the speed of a stone shot from a sling. Either by accident or design, he had been thrown directly into Max. The two of them lay sprawled unconscious on the ground. Instinct told Felix that he had mere moments to come to a decision. He knew that if he stood here until the light vanished, whatever portal the Slayer had passed through would be closed, and with it any chance of following him. Even as he stood there undecided, something small and round and hard smashed into his back and propelled him forward into the light. Of course, he thought. I forgot all about the floating eye. A wave of cold passed through him, and for a moment a dizzying sense of vertigo threatened to overwhelm his senses. He felt like he was falling down a huge mine shaft, accelerating at enormous velocity. He braced himself for an impact, and was surprised to find himself stumbling along on solid ground. A moment later he wished he wasn't, as a terrifying sight greeted his gaze. Up ahead was a vast tentacled thing, a cross between a squid and a serpent, some hideous mutant demon of chaos. Its tentacles lashed out, attempting to grasp Gotrek, but the Slayer stood his ground and slashed away at them with his axe, severing the tips of some, drawing great gouts of gore from others. All around lay the shattered bodies of dozens of beastmen. A few more still fought, grasped in its giant tentacles. Obviously, whatever this enormous brute was, it did not discriminate between its fellow Chaos worshippers and anybody else when it came to seeking its prey. Something whizzed over Felix's head, and he saw the glittering eye hurtle past. For a second he could have sworn he heard chilling, infernal laughter, and then the thing flashed out of view. In the distance, behind the demonic thing, Felix thought he saw a black-robed figure reach up and catch the gem, then race off into the gloom. Felix felt a blaze of heat behind him, and the shimmering glow of light dimmed. He turned to look back the way he came, and was surprised to see nothing but a huge archway that seemed to look out onto infinite space. Blazing lights passed to and fro in the gloom. Not stars, he thought, but will-o'-the-wisps of sorcerous light. Briefly he felt his sanity totter. Somehow he had been transported to an entirely different location beyond his normal ken. There was no sign of the snow-covered forest, or the Great Barrow, or Max Schreiber, or Snorri either. There was only an arch, reminiscent in shape of the one he had passed through, but somehow newer-looking, and carved with the gargoyle faces of some strange toad-like beings. This was indeed strong magic, he thought, wishing that he had paid more heed to what Max had said. A howling war cry behind him reminded him that battle still raged, and he was part of it. Even as he watched, the last of the beast-men were raised high in the tentacles of the demon and dropped into its huge, gaping, beak-like maw. There was a hideous crunching sound as bones were broken and blood splattered the demon's mouth. At the same time, more of the monstrous tentacles snaked past Gotrek and came looping towards him. He threw himself to one side, avoiding its suckered grasp, and lashed out with his sword. The blade bit deep into rubbery flesh. Black blood oozed slowly forth. He dodged and weaved forward, hacking at tentacles that came near him as he battled his way towards Gottrek's side. At times like this, it seemed like the safest place to be. A rush of displaced air warned him, and he threw himself forward as a massive tentacle swept through where his head had been. He hit the ground rolling, and noticed that the floor looked odd. It was made of old stone that looked as if it had been eaten away by something like acid. Set in each of the blocks were odd runes, straight lines and serpent-like squiggles. They were unlike anything he had ever seen before. He let his momentum carry him to his feet, and found himself within a hair's breadth of being decapitated. Gottrek's axe stopped mere finger breadths from his face. Felix felt a surge of relief that the Slayer had such control. Otherwise, he would surely be dead. "I've seen better-looking creatures," Felix said, gazing up at the thing. It was huge. The tentacled maw arched nearly 4 times his height overhead. He could see that it dripped slime. The eyes that looked down on him, though, were filled with a baleful and awfully human intelligence. "It's probably thinking the same thing about you, Madling," said Gotrek, ducking the sweep of a massive tentacle, retreating step by step before the oncoming bulk of the thing. Felix realized that this was a hopeless battle. Even the Slayer's mighty axe was all but useless against a monster of such size and power. Gotrek's mighty hacks were like a small boy hitting a bull with a table knife. They were causing the beast discomfort, but it was doubtful they would kill it. Felix felt a surge of despair. How would it come to this? A few minutes ago, they had been seated around a cheery fire in a comfortable cave, and now they were, well, the gods alone knew where, fighting some hideous demonic thing. Unless he did something desperate, he could see no chance of surviving. Snarling, he drew back his sword and cast it like a spear directly into the one huge eye of the beast. It flew straight and true, and embedded itself in the foul jelly of the great unwinking orb. The sword buried itself deep, and Felix hoped it had lodged in the creature's brain. A second later, he regretted his actions. The monster let out an evil, high-pitched shriek and began to lash the air blindly with its tentacles. Felix saw Gotrek sent tumbling head over heels to land on the floor by a convulsion of the thing's tentacles. Felix threw himself flat to keep himself from being swatted like a bug. The huge monster began to retreat away from them, still lashing the air. A few seconds later, a foul cloud of black, inky gas billowed from orifices near its beak. Felix had just enough time to hold his breath before the cloud overwhelmed them, cutting off sight.
Alright, so bathroom break time, y'all. Let's see. What is it? Bathroom break music, where did I have it? Here we go. All right, bathroom breaks over, y'all. Um, let's see. I'm doing this right. This is the commission. These are elves, like elf proxies for not Warhammer. Um, see, I had to go to my. So basically, here's the stream. I had to go to my CAD files, and there's a college that's having me print them robotic hands. So I had to take those robotic hands and um, turn the CAD files into STLs. Learn that the 3D printer software Bamboo doesn't take STL; it takes 3MF format. So I had to first download the CAD file program again, and it when it saved it, de um, it made it a low resolution. So I applied for a freaking 14-day free trial, so it would not de-res the resolution. So, and then I had to go in and take the hand apart and delete all the electronic pieces because, like, this person, like, thank goodness they did it, but it was inconvenient that they modeled everything, even the electronic components. So that's why I did this stream, and now I am working on this commission, listening to Gotrek and Felix, Giant Slayer. Is it Giants Lair? No, like Lair? Like the Giants Lair where they lived, or Giant Slayer? Whatever. Um, yeah, we're listening to that. Gonna finish this up, and then Uh, I'm gonna start printing another part of the hand, and uh, test it as a test fit. Then we're going to change out the head of the 3D printer to a 0.2 millimeter. So it'll take a lot longer, but it should print way more cleanly. Does it need to be clean? I don't know. It might need to be cleaned due to how small some of these parts are. So, these parts are tiny. So a 0.2 millimeter might be like the best option. I'll let y'all know. Let's get back into it.
Felix noticed that his skin was stinging, and tears billowed from his eyes. A foul stench filled his nostrils, worse even than that of the giant Chaos Warrior. That the gas was as poisonous as that from some vile Skaven weapon, he did not doubt. Desperately, he launched himself backwards, hoping to get out of it before his lungs gave out and the fumes overcame him. Even as he did so, he saw the blurred outline of something huge and snake-like emerge from the mist. He had only a second to recognize it as one of the demon's tentacles before it made contact with his skull. The force of the impact of the great rope of muscle smashed him flat. Involuntarily, he opened his mouth and took a lungful of the foul, polluted air. Damn, he thought, as his chest felt like it was catching fire, and a wave of blackness sent him tumbling down into the darkness. Chapter 6. Teclis thought he had found the key to opening the ways now. He paused for a moment to check that all his defensive wards were in place, that all the manifold protective charms and amulets he wore were active. He murmured the spell of opening, then drew power to himself and sent tendrils of it out to touch the spells of the ancients. Ever so gently, like a master thief inserting a pick into a lock, he brought his magic into contact with theirs. For a moment nothing happened. He stifled a curse. Then, faintly at first, and with ever-increasing force, he felt a tremor within the mystical structure of the spells. Light danced from stone to stone, illuminating the archway. They swirled in a manner reminiscent of the auroras he had once seen in the uttermost north. The way was open. He was free to enter the paths of the old ones. Far off, he felt the faintest of tremors, as magical energy surged within the system. He could see nothing amiss. He had activated no traps. None that he could perceive, anyway, although it was certain that those who had built this place would be capable of creating spells of the utmost subtlety. He wondered whether to proceed. This was useless. He could remain here until doomsday wondering about such things. Acting on instinct, he decided to follow it, and strode through the archway. The transition was instantaneous. One moment he was standing in the vault in Ulthuan, the next he was somewhere else. It resembled nothing so much as a huge corridor carved from stone, every block of which bore runes of that ancient inhuman pattern. Closer examination revealed that the stonework was corroded in places, vilely tainted and mutated, and he knew at once that chaos was loose within the paths. Overhead, strange gems set in the ceiling gave dim, greenish illumination. He looked back over his shoulder. Behind him, the way was still open. He stepped back through to the vault, just to make sure he could. He considered returning to the surface for the griffin, but he knew that attempting to compel it to follow him into this vast labyrinth would drive the creature to the brink of madness, and perhaps beyond. He released it from the spell, and set upon it a compulsion to return to Lothern. What now? He wondered. Leaving this entrance open was not a good idea. Some innocent might wander in, or more importantly, something might emerge into the land of Ulthuan. He shrugged, stepped through the portal once more, and uttered the charm that would close the way. As swift as the dropping of a headsman's axe, the gate closed. The vault vanished, to be replaced by a view of a long stone corridor. He was committed now. All around him he felt the surge of magical energies pulsing through the ancient network. They permeated the stonework and the runes. He thought of the few extant descriptions of this place, written by Tassirion and other sorcerers who had dared study it. Most claimed that it was dead, others that it was dormant, with the merest trickle of power. Such was not the case now. The place was alive with it. Were these the forebears of the rune workings of the dwarfs, he wondered? Or did they represent some parallel development? Perhaps they were not connected at all. He had no way of telling. The sorcerer in him was fascinated, and he wished he had time to study these things and make sketches to show his fellow mages. But there were more urgent matters to consider, and he needed to push on into this vast magical maze. He was in a halfway house, he realized, a place somewhere beyond the world he knew, and close to the realm of chaos, though not yet part of it. He felt like he was standing on the edge of a great shaft that proceeded downwards to near infinite depths. Somewhere up ahead was another, larger and more powerful portal. Even as that thought came to him, he realized that he was not alone. He could sense other presences, vast, powerful, and most likely demonic. They had not yet sensed him, he realized, but it was only a matter of time. Wrapping himself in his most potent charms of concealment, he pushed on. The corridor was strange. It seemed to become higher and wider as he strode through it, as if time and space were being distorted. He realized that this might actually be the case, for it was the only thing he could think of that would allow what should have been journeys of several months to be completed in several days. Or perhaps this was merely a trick being played on his mind by his senses. Such things were possible when a lot of magical energy was involved. There had been hints in Tassirion's book that somehow these ancient roads ran through the demonic realms of chaos itself, although they constrained it in some way to make it manageable. That would be necessary, for the raw stuff of chaos was a baneful thing, capable of warping the body and spirit of those who encountered it. Some claimed it was the very essence of magic, mutable, potent, and destructive. It was not a thought calculated to reassure one whose chosen vocation was sorcery. Of course, elves were more resistant to the baleful power of chaos than most other forms of life. It was said that they had been created that way. Even so, resistant did not mean immune. Teclis had often suspected that the power of the dark gods had had more effect on the elves than they were prepared to admit. He sometimes suspected that the Dark Elves had been a product of Chaos's influence acting on the elvish spirit over a period of millennia. It was one of those things that could never be proven, but to him seemed all too likely. He noticed as he walked that the walls were becoming higher and thinner. In places they seemed to have worn away, and bizarre patterns of light shone through. It appeared the further he walked this road, the more corrupt it was becoming. He was grateful now that he was wearing his most potent protective amulets. If anything, he only wished that they were more powerful. He sensed he was close now to the portal he sought. He wondered whether the ancients had walked these paths this way. Certain texts had hinted otherwise. They claimed the Old Ones had ridden in fiery chariots traversing these paths at greater speeds, that they could pass between continents in hours rather than days. That must have been something. He considered other theories that he had read. Some claimed that the Skaven had dug great tunnel systems under the continents. He had seen some of their works in his time, and knew the terrifying magnitude of the Ratmen's delvings, but tunnels that covered thousands of leagues seemed unlikely. Was it possible that the Skaven had somehow gained entrance to this ancient network, and used it for their own foul ends? All too possible, he decided, particularly since his nostrils had started to detect the faint but unmistakable taint of warpstone in the air. There was nothing those vile creatures would not do to possess that evil substance, and no doubt, if it was to be found here, they would sniff it out. Warpstone was not the only thing down here, he decided. The sense of presence he had felt earlier returned, redoubled. He cast a glance over his shoulder. He was not nervous, not yet, anyway. He knew his own capabilities, and there were few things in this world, or the next, that daunted him. Even so, he felt some need to be cautious. He reviewed all the deadly spells he knew, and prepared himself to unleash them instantly. Whatever it was coming closer. In the distance, by the light of the glowing runes, he could see things moving. He spoke a spell of perception, and his point of view rocketed towards them. To his astonishment, he saw that they were beastmen, led by a black-armored chaos warrior. There were at least 100 of them moving through the paths of the Old Ones, moving towards the gate that emerged in Ulthuan. Immediately he realized the full horrific implications of what he was witnessing. 100 beastmen were no threat to the realm of the elves, but these might simply be the first of many. Whole armies could move along these paths and invade the kingdom long before any force could be marshaled to meet them. Elvish domination of the seas around Ulthuan would mean nothing under these circumstances, would in fact be merely a liability. All the warriors crewing ships would not be available to meet an invasion force on land. And if these beastmen were to share their secret with the Dark Ones of Nagaroth... He told himself he was leaping to conclusions. He had no idea whether these Chaos worshippers were the vanguard of an advancing army, or merely hapless fools who had somehow stumbled into this strange realm. Even if they did hold the key to entering the paths of the Old Ones at will, perhaps no gates emerged in the land of the Witch King. Teclis was not reassured. Tassirion's book had hinted at a vast network of gateways, and surely the Old Ones had been capable of building a system of such tunnels that would span the entire world. The intensity of the threat posed to his homeland had doubled. Not only were these ancient ways threatening the stability of the continent by their very existence, they were an invasion route for the deadliest enemies of all sane people, the followers of chaos. More than ever, he realized that he needed to track this threat to its source and deal with it. Briefly, he considered turning back to warn his people of what was coming, but he realized that there was no time. Any moment wasted might prove critical if the gates were not returned to dormancy. A heartbeat later, any decision was taken from his hands. The Chaos Warrior looked up, as if sensing something, and gestured for his beastmen to move forward. Too late, Teclis realized that this was no mere Chaos Warrior, but one gifted with sorcerous powers by the Changer of Ways. His spell had been sensed, and now ruthless opponents sought him. The elf wizard considered standing and fighting, but realized that he could not afford to do so needlessly. He needed to conserve his power for greater challenges, not fritter it away in random conflicts with chance-met encounters in this vast extra-dimensional warren. He wove a spell of levitation, feeling resistance to his spell as he did so. The corrupting influence of chaos was interfering with his pure elven sorcery here. Even as he cast it, he could see the beastmen come closer. He was not afraid, yet. He had overcome greater odds in the past. The spell took effect, and he strode upward. The ceiling here was perhaps 10 times the height of a man above him, and each step took him closer to it. If the beastmen chose to lob missiles at him, there might be some problems, but he knew spells that would ward him against that. He was not too worried about any spells the Chaos Warrior might possess. He had complete confidence in his own ability to deal with such things. He had long ago learned that there were few magicians in this world that he need fear. Having achieved a position of safety, he considered his offensive options. There were many spells capable of dealing with even such a huge crowd of beastmen. He could spray them with molten plasma, or blast them with fireballs. He could send a rain of magical missiles showering down on them. He could surround them with mists and illusions that would set them at each other's throats. If worst came to worst, he could simply reduce them to their component atoms, although that would require more power than he cared to expend. So engrossed did he become in these calculations that it took him a few moments to realize that the beastmen were not charging towards him, but fleeing away from something. Wonderful, he thought. That puts an entirely different complexion on things. As the sour moment passed, he smiled. There is a lesson here, he thought. The entire world does not rotate around you. He strode higher and cloaked himself in refractory spells, bending light about him to conceal himself. Within 10 heartbeats, he was glad he had. The thing that pursued the beastmen was horrific, a titanic creature that looked like a cross between a slug and a dragon. Its huge armored form slithered softly along the roadway, leaving a trail of bubbling corrosive slime behind it. The thing was as large as a ship, and its long serpentine neck raised its huge head nearly as high as Teclis's present position. There was something about it, an aura of menace and power that made even the elf wizard's stout spirit quail. He did not blame the beastmen and their leader for fleeing before it. Even as he watched, the creature opened its mouth. Teclis had seen the great dragons of Ulthuan, and he thought he knew what was coming. Once again, he was surprised. Instead of a gout of flame, a foul, festering mass of mucus vomited forth to splatter the beastmen. Where it touched them, it hardened swiftly, immobilizing them, holding them in place. It seemed to have some of the properties of a spider's web and a butterfly's cocoon, and one thing more. When it touched the beastmen, they screamed like souls in torment. The alchemist in Teclis was fascinated. Poison or corrosive, he wondered. Whatever it was, it seemed to cause a great deal of agony. Teclis felt no sympathy for the beastmen. They were vile creatures, living only for killing, torture, and rape. Whatever they got now, they doubtless deserved. Even as he watched, the great head swooped down, and the monster began to feed. Tearing his gaze away, Teclis proceeded along the paths of the Old Ones. He needed to follow this path to the source of the disturbance. Up ahead, the corridor ended in a ledge. It was through this that both beastmen and monster must have come. There was nothing else there, save another glowing arch. Beyond it, he sensed, the real danger began. Chapter 7. "Well, Manling, you're alive," said Gotrek. He sounded neither pleased nor displeased. The expression on his face could have been carved from stone. Felix pulled himself to his feet. He felt a little dizzy, and the inside of his lungs felt rough. He coughed, and noticed that his phlegm was stained black when he spat. That was probably not a good sign, he thought. "What happened?" "You blinded the beast, and it belched that noxious cloud and then retreated." Felix's hand felt for his empty scabbard. The only weapon he had now was his knife. Realizing what he was thinking, Gotrek jabbed his thumb towards the floor. Felix saw that his blade lay there, glittering. "Must have fallen out when the thing shook its head," Felix said, moving over to pick it up. Traces of a jelly-like substance marred the blade. He wiped them off with a strip cut from his cloak, and then returned the blade to his scabbard. He gave his attention to his surroundings once more. "Where are we?" he asked. The Slayer shook his head. "I've no idea, Manling. These tunnels are not dwarf work, and they stink of sorcery." "Tunnels?" said Felix. He was thinking aloud. Of course they were tunnels. They just did not feel like any tunnels he had ever been in before. It was more like being caught within some vast alien structure, a labyrinth or a maze. And mazes, in legends, were always full of monsters. "Aye, tunnels, Manling, although unlike any ever delved by dwarf. Still, they have the feeling of rune work."
Let's see. Ah! Alright, the print finished on the FDM printer. Yeah, and I'm cooking something for dinner in the microwave.
To them. There is sorcery being channeled here, and no mistake.
You don't say, said Felix ironically. I would never have suspected that from the way we passed through that arch and disappeared. Gotrek gave him a flat, unreadable glance. Felix felt that perhaps he was amused. There was something about sarcasm that appealed to the dwarfish sense of humour, and Felix occasionally suspected that the Slayer possessed one. More to the point, how did we get back?
I don't think we can, Manling. I think the way behind us is closed.
Felix had an awful feeling he knew what Gotrek was going to say next, and sure enough, he was not disappointed.
The only thing we can do is press on, and hope to find a way out. Or our doom.
Wearily, Felix trudged after the dwarf, coughing unpleasant black stuff up with every second step. What do you think those monsters eat when they can't get beastmen? Felix asked. The question was much on his mind. He was starting to feel very hungry. It had been a long time since he had eaten, and his rations were all in the packs they had left back in the cave. Come to think of it, so was his water flask. As soon as the thought hit him, his mouth felt dry.
Curious humans,
grunted Gotrek. Felix wondered if he was making a joke. Perhaps they wander in through the stone arches.
Perhaps. I don't know, Manling. I'm not a wizard.
Speaking of wizards, where do you think our black-robed friend went?
As far away from me as possible, if he has any sense. Or maybe the monster ate him.
Somehow I doubt we should be that lucky. Kelmain emerged from the paths of the Old Ones and into the chamber of the temple. He was grateful to have avoided the Slayer's axe. He was even more thankful to be out, for no matter how great the protective power of the amulets his masters had showed him how to make, he always felt there was an element of terrible danger within the place. You could never be sure when some ancient protective device would spring to life, or some rogue demon of the twisted paths, unheedful of the warning runes on the talisman, would seek to gulp down your soul. He was pleased to see that his acolyte's face showed the apprehension he kept so well concealed. Young Tazeji was paler even than usual, despite the fact that he had at least 100 beastmen and chaos warriors at his back. He bowed on seeing Kelmain and sketched a gesture of deepest respect on the air. Kelmain nodded to him and indicated that he should continue. As he departed, he could hear the youthful mage begin the chant that would extend the protective spells enfolding him to enclose all of his followers. There was no reason why he should not. Their experiments so far had been successful, and their scouting parties had covered half the globe. Soon, if all went according to plan, the armies of Chaos would be able to move swiftly from Chaos wastes to any nation on the surface of the planet, bypassing borders and fortifications, emerging deep within the territory of their foes. Filled with a vision of glory, he strode through the ancient haunted hallways to speak with his brother. Felix shuddered. They had walked for hours now, and the road had become stranger. The stones had a melted, fused look that he had come to associate with the warping influence of chaos. Sometimes it looked like faces leered out of the walls, or that bodies were trapped frozen within the stone. Sometimes he felt like they were moving very slowly whenever he took his eyes off them. The strange jewels in the ceiling overhead sometimes vanished, taking with them their illumination. When that happened, he had to move forward, trusting in the dwarf's keen, tunnel-bred senses, following the glow of the runes on the axe. They were lighted all the time now, and that was never a good sign. In the past, it had always predicted the presence of evil magic or vile monsters. Moving through the gloom was not reassuring. It felt like anything could be there, waiting. Sometimes he could imagine the presence of strange, formless things in the dark, just behind him. He could picture huge jaws opening to snap at him. Even though he knew it was useless, he often turned and glared behind him. He had to fight down the urge to take out his sword and sweep the air all around. He told himself that had anything been there, the Slayer would know and would do something about it. The thought provided cold comfort.
These tunnels do not run below the earth,
said Godric. He sounded almost thoughtful. What do you mean?
A dwarf can sense depth. Only a cripple would not know how deep below the mountains he was. All my life I've had this knowledge and never once had to think about it. Now it is gone. It is like the loss of sight almost.
Felix could not quite picture it being that bad, but he realized that he was in no position to know. How would he feel if he suddenly lost all sense of up and down, he wondered, and then realized that he simply could not get his head around the idea. I really do wonder where that magician went to, Felix said. It was not that he was keen to catch up with the Chaos Sorcerer. He simply wondered how he had gotten away. Presumably there must be some way in or out of this strange place, and he must know it. If they could only find him, perhaps they could convince him to get them out of here. He doubted that even the wickedest of wizards could withstand the Slayer's powers of persuasion under the circumstances. Come to think of it, he would help Godric himself if the need arose.
Doubtless he's running as fast as his legs will carry him, manling. I never yet met a wizard who would stand and face cold steel given any choice.
Felix wondered about this. He could recall facing several magicians who had not run away from them. Still, this did not seem like the time to point this out to the Slayer. He might be our only way out of here.
We need place no reliance in the followers of chaos.
We may have to. Otherwise your heroic doom will take the form of starving. Godric grunted. He did not sound impressed.
If that be so, that be so.
For the first time, Felix was really forced to consider the fact that they might die here. There was no food and nothing to drink. Not unless they went back and ate the beast-man corpses and drank their blood, and that was not a thing he could imagine the Slayer doing. They were probably poisonous anyway, and that was assuming they had not already been eaten by some other foul denizens of these supernatural ways.
Get a grip on yourself,
he told himself.
A dozen heartbeats after the thought occurs to you, and you're already considering eating beastmen, and the gods alone know what other horrors. Things have not come to that pass yet, and you've been through worse. You've been through battles and sieges and treks through frozen mountains. You've fought dragons and demons and monsters of all descriptions. You're not dead yet. In spite of himself, though, Felix could not help but feel that they had never been so isolated or so far from home. Teclis followed the oddly glowing runes up to the ledge. Ahead of him, the path ended at another archway, within which flowed the strange, polychromatic swirls of energy he had seen earlier. The sense of immense, controlled energies contained within was awesome. He paused for a moment, knowing what he must do, but not quite prepared to do it. This was the path Tessirion had written about. All he had to do was pass within it. All of these strange, interdimensional corridors he had passed through so far had merely been a preparation for this. They were simply the approaches to the true paths of the Old Ones. He had a feel for their structure now. They were like tunnels dug down through the surface of reality. What loomed before him was more like the entrance to an underground river. The trail was clear. Why was he hesitating? He already knew the answer. Things had decayed since the time of the Old Ones. That much was obvious. Their works were potent, but they had been infiltrated and corrupted by the powers of chaos. Who could tell whether they would work the way they were supposed to,
or even the way they had when Sirion passed this way, all those scores of years ago. As it was, he had two choices. He could turn and go back the way he came, and try to find another way to avert the doom of Ulthuan, if such were possible in the limited time he had available. Or he could press on, trusting to his knowledge and his spells as he had always done. He allowed himself a smile. Many had called him arrogant, and he supposed it was too late now to prove them wrong. He stepped forward and touched the surface of the glowing substance. It felt cool and liquid, and it flowed around his fingers, engulfing them. He took a deep breath and pushed through. In a heartbeat, he was swept into the raging currents beyond. He had a brief glimpse of a huge corridor, along which tumbled thousands upon thousands of glittering, many-colored spheres, hurtling along like asteroids through space. He sensed dark, malign presences, and prepared himself to meet them. At least the lights are back on, said Felix, realizing that he was whining. They could see again. The path curved upward, or perhaps it was downward at a strange angle. He could no longer tell. All he knew was that even though it felt like they were walking on the flat, he could see the curve of the path. It was an effect that was most disorientating. Perhaps after all he could understand what Gotrek had been talking about earlier, when he mentioned how confusing it was to no longer be able to sense depth. The cues that his eyes were giving him no longer matched the cues his body felt. It created an immense sense of dislocation.
There's another source of light,
Gotrek said. Felix realized that he was right. The pathway ahead split into two, one going upwards, the other going downwards. Both ended after about 50 strides in glowing archways. No, he realized. It was not just the archways that glowed, it was what was within them. They appeared to be filled with some substance like mercury, except that it glowed and pulsed with all colors. Shimmering patches drifted over the surface like oil on water, pulsing as they went. The effect was eerie and definitely supernatural. Even as the thought occurred to him, Felix heard an immense slithering sound behind him. Something huge was dragging itself from the dark tunnels through which they had passed. His forebodings had proven themselves to be true after all. Out of the darkness, a massive creature dragged its bloated body. Its head was draconic, but where its mouth should have been was a mass of squid-like tentacles. As they writhed, Felix saw a huge leech-like mouth, the size of a manhole cover in its midst. If anything, it was worse than the first beast they had encountered. It stank awfully, and its skin seemed putrid. When he looked closely, enormous maggots writhed beneath it, sometimes biting their way through and inching away. It took Felix a moment to realize what they were. Young. The thing was being eaten alive by its own progeny, although that did not appear to do anything to damp its own appetite. There was something about the look and the stench that was familiar, that reminded him of the followers of the plague god Nurgle he had seen at the siege of Prague. Was it possible that this thing was some sort of pestilential demonic creature of the Lord of Pestilence? He did not suppose it would matter all that much if the creature ate him. Even as he watched, he realized that something worse might happen. The maggots bursting forth from within it were crawling towards him. Worse still, hideous, high-pitched laughter emerged from somewhere high atop the beast's skull. When he looked, he could see that one of the excrescences looked suspiciously like a human head. As the realization struck, he heard the creature speak.
Once I was like you. Soon you will be like me. Lord Nurgle's gift will be yours, and you'll be his.
Felix had once seen a caterpillar being eaten alive by the larvae of a wasp that had been implanted within it. He wondered if this was what would happen to him if those bloated, squelching sacks of foulness bit him. He braced himself for combat, even as their foul parent loomed over him. Its shadow fell across him, bringing with it an awful stench. Then it leaned forward like an avalanche of flesh and pus. I have fought some awful things, Felix thought, but surely this must be the worst. The currents of magic swept Teclis down the endless corridor of many-coloured lights. He touched things, smashed through gossamer webs of energy, and emerged on the other side. Before he could orientate himself, he tumbled headlong. Strange hallucinations overtook him. He passed through scenes he well remembered. His childhood, his first book of spells, the battles that had racked Ulthuan when the Dark Kindred had invaded while he was still a youth. The mighty confrontation at Funuval Plain, where he had fought with the Witch King and eventually triumphed. They flickered past. Between them were intervals where he hurtled down the long, extra-dimensional corridor. Sometimes the scenes were subtly different. In some, he looked into the book and saw there spells of convoluted evil that turned him to the darkness. In some of the battles, he fought not against the Witch King, but with him, clad in dark armor that was a reflection of Malekith's own. In others, he saw himself standing over the body of his dying twin and laughing. Even as he felt horror, he realized that these things reflected something within himself, some possibility. Were these his secret dreams and nightmares, or were they something else? He touched the protective amulet on his breast and concentrated his mind, clearing the images from his thoughts. As sanity returned, a phrase came to him, an expression from Tassirion's book. The paths of the Old Ones have been corrupted by chaos. You must be wary of the twisted paths. He saw now what the Mad Mage had meant. Tassirion had claimed that the twisted paths were where the work of the Old Ones intersected with bubbles of pure chaos. The stuff was malleable. It responded to the thoughts and dreams and sometimes the simple presence of sentient minds. He realized he had been falling through them, and as he did so, he had altered them. In a way, they were windows into other worlds, temporary things, bubbles rising through the seething extra-dimensional sea of chaos, places that would exist for one heartbeat, or 10, or perhaps a lifetime, or a millennium. He knew that he could, if he wished, guide himself towards them and enter them. What would it be like, he wondered, to be caught in such a bubble? A miniature universe sculpted from his own innermost wishes, reflecting his own secret history. Could he make a paradise? Could he create a place where his illness had not struck him? Where he was as strong and perfect as Tyrion? Where the darkness within him would never have to come to light? Where he would never need to feel jealousy or envy or bitter pain? Was this the secret of the Old One's disappearance? Had they departed from our world to this place and created their own bubble universes, nestled within the sea of chaos? Was such a thing even possible? It was a concept to boggle the mind. Even as it struck him, he accelerated faster through the corridors of this strange space. As he did so, he saw that the bubbles of the chaos stuff were traveling along like droplets of mercury, dropped down the funnel of an alembic. Sometimes, two would impact and merge. Sometimes they would split and go their separate ways. It was like watching some primordial life forms. He moved to avoid any that came too close, fearing that they might be semi-sentient or drawn to him in some way, and that they might consume him. The hallucinations stopped, as he had thought they would. He studied his surroundings closely, noticing that the tumbling spheres were agitated by great pulses of energy, flowing first one way and then the other like seaweed being dragged about by the tides. He realized almost at once that the energy flows were linked to the disturbances in Ulthuan and elsewhere. By tracking them to their source, he could most likely find the cause of the disturbance. There were other presences here too, none of them mortal. Some were alien and uninterested in him. Others were malign and followed in his wake like sharks following a ship. They were demons who had somehow found their way into this colossal labyrinth. He knew that only his protective amulets kept them at bay, and that at the first touch of weakness, they would take him. Suddenly a strange intuition touched him. A feeling of dry, ghostly presences, such as the...
Alright, I'm going to go start the new print. I will be right back. While we do that, where are you? Do 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 do. While we do that, I am going to play. There we go. Alright, let's continue.
There had been in his dreams. Was it a product of his imagination, he wondered? Or had those trapped sorcerers really reached out for him? Or was it some subtle form of attack, projected by the creatures following him? He willed himself to slow, and as he did so, noticed an archway that glowed in a strangely familiar way. Moreover, he noticed a trace of an awesomely powerful magical resonance, created by a thing that was not in itself chaotic. It was in fact the resonance of a weapon, or device that was powerfully resistant to chaos, an artifact of near godlike power. Was this some treasure, lost long ago in the paths? Was this something he was supposed to seek? Such a thing might prove very useful to him on his quest. By an effort of will, he pushed himself towards the archway. Within what seemed like heartbeats, he hurtled through it and emerged to face horror. Felix dived to one side as tendrils descended towards him. He lashed out, hacking the tips of a few, and hit the ground rolling, just in time to see a mass of bloated white maggots moving towards him. He noticed that on each side of their leech-like mouths were small clusters of eyes that reminded him of a spider's, only these contained a strange intelligence and a glittering malice that was uncanny. Large as they were, though, he could not see what harm they could do him, as long as they did not get close enough to bite, and he had no intention of allowing that to happen. Godtrek was already amid the mass of maggot things, hacking at them with the axe. Their jelly-like quivering flesh gave no resistance. The things burst under the impact, sending milky fluid that stank like rotten curdled milk everywhere. Overhead, the high-pitched laughter of the demonic things sounded anew. Felix wondered what it knew that he did not. He threw himself forward, keeping behind the Slayer, guarding his back against anything that threatened to get past. Not that there was much danger of that, with all the carnage the dwarf was wreaking. The huge monster leaned forward, tentacles stretching once more. Long, rubbery limbs, suckered like a squid's, threatened to wrap around him. He cut at them, and his blade bit deep, causing more of the hideous, milky fluid to surge forth. He noticed that the floor beneath his feet was becoming sticky, and his movements slower. The sheer, nauseating stench was threatening to overwhelm him. Godtrek showed no sign of slowing. Whenever a tentacle looped near him, he chopped it in two. The thing did not die, though. It hit the ground and began to writhe away like a snake, showing a life, if not an intelligence, independent of its original owner. Even as Felix watched, the severed tentacle began to heal and regrow, like the limbs of the fabled troll or the heads of some demonic hydra. The huge, bloated body of the monster had started to expand like a balloon as it sucked in air. Felix had the feeling that this was the prelude to nothing good, but he could not for the life of him predict what was going to happen. The thing was too alien, their circumstances beyond the ambit of all his previous experience. He was starting to wonder if they had somehow been cast into hell. At this moment, it seemed all too likely. The monster exhaled, a gust of stinking, buzzing breath, unlike anything Felix had ever quite experienced. It was a black gale that thundered around his ears. Then he realized that the buzzing had nothing to do with the breath. It was the foul wing beat of millions upon millions of flies. These were not any normal flies either. They were huge things with fat, glistening, jeweled bodies, and eyes just as intelligent and malicious as that of the monster or the maggots. Perhaps they were all part of the same thing. Perhaps they all shared the same intelligence. That was the last conscious thought he had for a few moments, as horror swept over him. Millions of fat, buzzing bodies crept over him, their wings stroking his flesh softly and obscenely, the creatures battering against his eyes and threatening to fill his mouth and his nostrils. He lashed out frantically, but it was like fighting with mist. He crushed hundreds, perhaps thousands as he rolled over, but more and more of them came. He could imagine himself under a huge crawling mound of the creatures, covering every inch of his body. He felt them try to force their way through his lips, climbing into his ears. The smell intensified, and the buzzing of the wings seemed to have a voice all of its own. He thought he heard the words, "Nurgle," and "praise," and Pestilence! Carried in that strange droning, but could not tell if it was real or the product of his own terrified imagination. Just when he thought things could not get any worse, he felt a massive rope of muscle encircle him. Suckers bit into his body. Something lifted him upwards as though he were weightless, and he did not doubt that he was being carried towards the maw of the monstrous creature that was the lord of all these flies. Chapter 8. Teclis emerged through the archway and found himself looking down upon a scene of battle. Two humanoid figures were engulfed within a carpet of flies, amid a vile white mist that smelled worse than an orcish midden. One of the figures was quite plainly a dwarf. His outline was more visible through the flies that carpeted him, and he held in one hand an axe that could only be a dwarfish rune weapon, and one of great power at that. No flies covered it. Where they touched the blade, they vanished, and the runes blazed a little brighter. This was the thing he had sensed. This was the thing he had deludedly thought might help him. It could only be the axe. There was another magical weapon present, one of cruder make and lesser power. Its wielder was gripped by the tentacle of the monster. Teclis had studied all the grimoires of his ancestors, who had lived in an age when demons had walked the earth. Moreover, he had personally as much experience of demons as anyone not a follower of chaos was likely to have, and he could not recognize the thing. It bore some resemblance to a beast of Nurgle, one of the lesser entities that followed the Lord of Disease, but grown almost as huge as a dragon and mutated almost out of recognition. Moreover, it seemed to be spawning lesser beings at an appalling rate, and in his blinded state, Teclis realized that it was only a matter of time before one of them reached the dwarf. What would happen then would be interesting, for he guessed the maggots were infectors of some type, who would pass the taint of chaos on through their venom, if they were not already doing so with their gore. Could even that appallingly powerful weapon protect the dwarf if that happened? Or would it use its power against him, as it would another chaos-tainted thing? Tempted though he was to conduct the experiment, Teclis resisted. Two magical weapons, Teclis thought, born by two heroes. Here were two allies who might prove invaluable in the quest to come, if they could be persuaded to see reason. Perhaps this was why they had been drawn to his attention.
Alright, so I'm gonna check my Discord. Might be playing Helldivers.
First of all, though, he had better deal with the demon and its spawn. Teclis drew on the powers stored within his staff, preferring to rely on it rather than the tainted but potent energies flowing through the paths of the Old Ones. He chanted a spell of exorcism and banishment. The casting was sure and steady, and bands of high magic danced from his outstretched hands, separating the weaves of power that bound the flies, reducing them at once to mindless insects. And he added a small incendiary component to the spell that caused the flies to combust.
Testing. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna see Helldivers, right. See if they're on. Excuse me. See, just gotta hide that for a moment. Hello?
Oh shit.
They're
Hello?
fucking my dick up.
Hey. Hello? I'm live streaming right now. What are you guys up to?
Helldivers.
Hill divers.
Let me launch it and I'll join y'all.
Oh yeah, should I could go live too, Beach. I can live it up on Twitch here.
I'm on not
Kick.
Twitch. I'm on YouTube.
Ah, I can
I'm
live it
loading
up on
again.
Twitch. You gotta cover me, boys. I'm
Uh,
collecting the data.
I just got done launching. I got Simplify 3D going and doing some CAD work, and it kind of went downhill from there. So,
Oh.
let's see.
Who's throwing the grenades?
Just give me a minute
Get
and I'll
it?
join y'all.
Okay. You should be one of my friends, so you should just be able to join.
Okay, so we're not going to tell him how much damage I did to everybody last round, right?
Nah, we're totally gonna tell him. Hey, look out for N. He's a friendly fire person.
What, drunk?
13,000 damage.
Oh yeah, like drunk, yeah.
I said
Not
like,
as bad as drunk though, because this guy likes to listen to orders. If I'm telling him to do something, he's listening.
alright, give me a moment. I gotta change y'all's volumes.
Oh,
Man,
bitch.
you're basically yelling in my ears.
Yeah, welcome to Helldivers.
I picked the wrong fucking weapon to bring into this bitch.
Oh yeah, did you?
Got the car, boys. Got the car. Got the car.
I hit a mine. Fuck.
User volume. There we go. Nasty, can you try it now?
Yo.
I got him.
Little bit louder.
Looking for the chain man. Look out
There
for
we
the
go.
chainsaw man.
Alright, and Helldivers. Funny enough, I was literally spray painting my cosplay helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just
Hey,
got
bitches! We're going shopping!
Get in the car. Get in the car. Get it now.
That's not in, it's on!
Also, I just posted a picture. Look at.
Nasty!
I think this.
My bad.
Whoa! Standing on the car, I drove it back and then forward. Your foot killed me. Through the driver's seat.
Okay, hold on. I got you.
Just last mag for the turret.
Okay, well, I'm still.
My bad. No,
You literally.
I just stepped on you.
I finished drinking
I
my
don't know
water.
how that happened. All right.
Hey, F's melee.
Went up to some people.
Hey, that only time I did that 13,000 damage was with the fucking bomb.
Well, I'm just looking at a blank screen right now.
It's such a terrible thing to have! Why?
Yeah, go. I got it.
Just like this!
There we go.
It's so bad!
Man, I miss playing Helldivers.
Yeah! Come join us!
Oh, I do have a new job schedule, so like I work at 9 o'clock at night to 5
Super Earth, our home.
So at least I'll be able
Prosperity.
to play in the afternoon. But that doesn't start until next month. Alright, social, where are you guys?
Fighting robots currently.
I don't see you guys on my friends.
You should be my friend.
It doesn't. It says everyone's offline.
Damn it, Nasty! Again?
Kill you!
Grenades at me, man!
I'm chucking grenades at an enemy, man. I'm
No!
sorry.
Get at me!
Oh, my bad.
Just send me a request and I'll see if I can join.
No, maybe we're not friends. In Steam.
Oh, on
That's
Steam?
pretty-
I was looking at the list.
No, we gotta be friends on Steam here. Go to General. This is my Steam friend code.
I don't. I'm in Helldivers right now.
Yeah, Shift Tab. friends. Like, do you, why does everybody have so many problems with friends on Steam? Oh God, Blue, why? Why do you keep calling me into these very dangerous situations?
Well, it's like I don't feel like being lonely.
Are you
it's fair.
Commissioner Great?
No.
No. Yeah, well
Need
then,
'em.
yeah, you're not here.
I
got
sent
half
you
a
a
mag
friend
from
code
Uzi
in
and that's
Steam.
it.
I've never used
You got-
Steam Friends, okay?
Shift tab, click the add friends in the friends thing there. Like, what? How, you never use Steam Friends? Like,
No.
you're a PC gamer and you don't use Steam Friends? What?
No.
Something's not adding up there, man.
I'm not a gamer I'm not a hardcore gamer. And I may have just froze my computer.
The hell
I mean,
are
we
you
can still
doing?
hear you, so I don't think you did.
I froze Helldivers. Egg. What?
Did you press Shift tab?
Yes, I pressed too many buttons
And
at once.
Shift tab opens up the Steam overlay. Hey, Blue, man, this is starting to give me home vibes. I'm starting to get vibes of home here, man. I'm loving it. This is so... you laser gun, machine gun, man. Ah.
Oh, I see it. Alright.
Good job. Good job.
Care the camera, boys.
Good shit.
Good. Did you steal my jetpack?
I did pick it up. Is
But
there
you
any
didn't
way for
take
me
the
to drop?
samples? Okay. Jerk. Don't worry, keep it. I got a new one. We got a car coming.
I think I just entered friend code.
Yes, I got it.
God, I fucking forgot how good the railgun is. I don't know why I stopped using this thing.
Okay, now you gotta... Yeah, well, the railgun's only good if you overcharge it now.
Y'all have... Can y'all pick me up?
Yeah,
I'm like right here. And y'all
Yeah.
just keep driving away from me. Y'all just keep driving away from me.
Where you were?
Non-stop, just like, oh, let me just drive away from him.
I didn't know where you were.
Bro, you perfectly drove directly away from me that entire time. Not one turn was closer to
I didn't
me.
see you, dude. I didn't see you. Okay? Ow, stop shooting lasers at me.
Did y'all abandon the car?
Yes. It's too fucking unwieldy.
I like the car.
It's so unwieldy in this.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
There we go.
Initiating FTL jump to the Beckbum system.
Joker Red, is that you, Frank?
Yes. Yeah, that's my YouTube channel.
Mine's just Heavy Cake.
FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates
I haven't
locked.
played in so long. Anything new?
Help
Yes.
pods primed.
How about the Illuminate? How about cars? How about explosive nuclear backpack?
I don't know anything about the backpack.
Yeah, that exists.
All I gotta say is don't give me the backpack. If you want to live, don't give me the backpack.
You want to get in the car and get on turret?
What, is the grenade launcher still good?
It's always, yeah. It's a grenade launcher.
Or anti-tank? Where did that sucker go?
The what?
There it is.
What are you talking about?
Fucking
Hell
A.
divers to hell pods. Repeat, Helldivers to Hell
Come on,
pods.
first gear.
Go, 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 go.
First gear.
There's an ass of people behind it.
Reverse. Why is there like an actual gear system in this car? Why do they actually give it gears? Monstrosity of a vehicle.
It really is not good.
Need to resupply.
I mean, like, we brought it into a fucking jungle, so I honestly don't know what we're expecting here.
Yeah, I do. Oh god, there's so many lasers everywhere. Fucking feels like home. Oh, fuck, there's 2 of them. I don't know if I got the rockets for this.
I'm dropping in.
I don't have the rockets for this. Alright, switch to the badass way to deal with them. That's right, revolver, super heavies.
Fucking real good.
Alright.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
I don't know what's going on.
Is that? And did you just come up and save my ass? Just then?
Let our enemies
Hey guys, where are those supplies?
territorial ambition.
Going down a sentry.
Requesting
advanced weaponry.
Man uses turrets?
backpack.
I didn't know what I was dropping into.
Oh my god, I gotta go get the briefcase. Alright, I'll be back.
That motherfucker. Oh, that bitch moving sideways. Sunday.
Guys, there's so many enemies everywhere. It's so much like home. I'm loving it so much.
What are we doing?
I gotta run and get a briefcase. Or I think I'd probably just have to establish a link or something.
Establish communication uplink.
Yeah, it's
I always do like the soundtrack though. What was that?
Get back.
Yeah, looked like a rock just flew by me and then it's just you.
Calling down objective equipment.
Yelling bug.
Are you warming? Are you warming it up?
I'm warming it up.
Dude, warm it up, man.
Why is he a worm?
Because it's fucking hilarious. Someone open this goddamn freaking spot.
Objective located.
Over there.
Never mind. Objective located.
Who's on the Alright. I don't see a spot.
The terminal! And go to the terminal, please. Somebody go to the terminal.
I was thinking that was one of the vaults.
I don't care who goes to the terminal. Anybody go to the terminal. Activate the terminal so I can put this in here.
Ow!
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
I love sitting at a terminal with just like God knows what hell.
Back to the other side of the map. Time to run.
Tagging location.
That bounced back towards us. Run. I hit a tree.
There we go.
Man, Blue, we've only seen bull. Where's the tanks, man? We haven't even seen any tanks yet. They come on any difficulty.
I cannot remember how to.
No, they don't show up on easy. They're like medium, maybe hard.
Reinforcing.
Didn't fucking die. Okay, now it died.
I can't remember how to jump.
There is no jumping.
How you like
Marking
die?
location. Joining the fray.
I don't know. Mine's mouse
For
stop.
me is an alt.
I'm
It's
on
all,
controller.
but you mind the mouse full. Oh shit.
Someone
Hold
come
B.
in.
Tagging location.
Joey, jump in this hole. Okay,
Requesting sentry.
jump in the hole. Jump in the hole.
See, I can't.
Just push the button. Push the button!
Sending in an eagle.
God damn it. Now we gotta wait.
Yeah.
Push the button. Thank you. God damn, guys. We got stuff in here. What's in here? What do you got? Wreck. Super wreck. Gross.
Orbital inbound.
Alright.
Orbital barrage
incoming.
Stand clear.
Alright, time to run. I don't want to get cut in half by a sentry again. Yes, it happens more times than you would expect.
I got 8 kills from that.
How about a nice cup of liver tea? Feels good.
Run! I am on fire.
Calling down a support weapon.
No! Oh, my leg! Fuck!
Oh shit, that's all y'all.
Yeah, there's a lot of drop ships here! I was trying to get my commando, and then I got blown up by a grenade and knocked off the thing, so I couldn't get my commando in time to shoot the
Chainsaw guys.
dude. Oh my god. Oh my god!
Requesting air support.
My dyslexia! Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just... Alright, doors are open. Call the civilians. Wish them luck in running to the ship.
Ouch.
Calling down a sentry.
Really don't think that at all.
Calling down a support weapon.
Do I really have to be in
Tech pack inbound.
Yo, my guy cannot brace his knees at all. I've ragdolled every single time I've used my jetpack.
I've seen it. That's why I thought it was a rocket thrown.
Yo, we've had nobody make it to the shuttle?
Mine are bugged. They're all just stuck inside each other.
Oh. Well, then we can only get them from this side, I guess.
They just won't move.
Where are they?
Right here.
Throwing supply beacon.
Oh.
Someone's dropped.
See if I-
So they don't move. So whatever one is working, we need to protect that one with our lives.
Yeah, it's up here.
There should be a third somewhere. There's always
No, there's only 2 now. Well, they changed it. Jack is really happy about it.
Jack is?
Yeah, Jack. He doesn't, he did not like it having when there were 3 of them. These are the worst types of missions.
I was gonna say, this is my most hated mission, because at higher levels, it is just simply impossible.
Yep.
I've never beat this, I think,
Requesting
on
sentry.
insane
Air
as well.
support.
I've never beat this game.
All divers chase for us.
It takes 2 with this rocket, and
Requesting orbital.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Come on, go. There's just a whole bunch of people piled up right
Strike.
yeah, they can't move.
Sending in an eagle.
Anybody feel like they could drive better than I can?
Here's a challenge. Play Helldivers with a freaking gas pedal controller. Or a steering wheel.
You know, since it actually has gears, it's more than doable. But the problem is, it's only like a... I mean, it has gears, but it's like an old school automatic, you know, where you have first gear, second gear, drive, neutral, reverse.
If you hit shift, it'll let you just stay in first. Driving this car in anything other than first gear is impossible.
Well, first gear just...
First gear works just fine.
just working, but then you cap out on speed.
Yeah, which is the point. It's still faster than running. Pick everybody up, Blue! What are you doing? It's time to leave. Go get everybody and let's get out of here.
300 meters.
Come on, bitches, get in. We're going shopping.
I just ran over you 3.
Get in. There you go. Go, Blue, go.
There's an old car.
Oh, I can call him.
I hear a
down.
big robot.
Oh, yeah, they're around. There he is.
Extraction is available.
Do not hit the landmines. Or bottom out the car in the rocks.
We have underbody panels for a reason.
No,
You're just
like,
drenched in blood.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Reloading!
Pull us up. Face me backwards up this ramp. Yeah.
How do I get out?
E. Or
There we go.
he's
Go
on
back.
He's on controller.
I don't know why it didn't just stick itself in here.
Hey, Blue. Well, this is actually a pretty good spot, honestly.
Still gonna roll.
Just press
Extraction
space.
shuttle inbound.
Calling down a sentry!
Deploying sentry.
I'm gonna roll. It just rolls.
So I forgot how to like jump for cover.
Dive. I don't know. Mine switched random mounts 5.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Marking location.
I was trying to look it up. I ain't got my controller with that.
If anything, this shit is better on keyboard and mouse.
I really suck at keyboard and mouse.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
I mean, the only way to get better is to do, no?
Yeah, but my keyboard is.
Get some! Get some!
Yeah, let's see the keyboard. That's the keyboard.
Fire in the hole!
I don't think so either.
I mean, I learned on a laptop, so
Yeah.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
I feel
Out
like
ammo!
dedication, but I can know it's weird, like most like controllers.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Reloading!
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
move. Oh, move your asses.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Bro, my guy needs to use his gap exercise.
Orbital inbound!
Everybody in.
Firing orbital barrage, clear the area. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Victory was never in doubt.
Were you in a different army?
It's the artillery.
Blue, I like how each of those civilians, their lives were all worth only 50 recognitions.
Priority alert. The Charball system.
Yeah, so you know we can let a few of them go.
There's nothing sweeter.
Hey, I didn't break 17,000 this time. Level 4, hell yeah, brother.
I haven't played in so long. I don't know my loadouts anymore.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Well,
I'll do this last mission. I'll do this and
I gotta go to
Orbit
bed.
synchronized.
I got you.
probably driving down south tomorrow.
You should go north instead.
Yeah, my brother's birthday. And you'd be like a 2-day drive, I think.
Oh yeah, it'd be a long time.
Yeah, it'd be like a 2-day drive up there. I'd have to fucking sleep and Cracker Barrel. Like, pro tip: if you ever need a place to sleep on the road and you can't pay for a hotel, Cracker Barrel has a policy for a 1-night overnight stay on their parking lot for free.
Cracker Barrel?
Cracker Barrel. So if you just need to go find a parking lot that you could legally just park your car and go to bed, Cracker Barrel has a 1-night oversleep policy. So you can go into a Cracker Barrel parking lot for a single night and just pass the fuck out. You can't get arrested. They have a policy for it.
Well, I just fucking pull up to that bitch.
Blue, I need you to join me in this effort here. I need you to bring this, one of those is okay, and something like this. All of this. This is all we need. Okay? Both of us just need to bring this.
What are y'all? What are we doing?
I only have this.
You don't have the cannon? Oh, look.
What are we doing?
Shit, this might be harder. Defense. Hoorah.
Oh, defense?
Yeah, it's only defense.
Oh, in that case.
Actually, I need mortar sentry kills. I don't like the mortar sentry, but I'm gonna bring it.
I don't like it, but I'm gonna bring it.
I hate it! But I need it so I can get more requisition or more medals. I hate it so much. But I'm gonna bring it because I need to. Super demanding.
Let them come. Let them brawl. Let them face the insurmountable might of the Hell
Oh yeah, this will be easy.
This looks like a new map to me.
Calling down fortification. Calling down fortification. Calling down. Requesting sentry.
Oh, it's with the walls too? Fuck
Yeah, like we get to defend from here.
I don't know who put these turrets here.
Do not close that door!
That was.
Close the other two doors.
I don't know why you put your turrets there.
Trust me.
I trust you, but I personally, in my input,
It don't make
literally
Requesting sentry.
our walls already been damaged. This is mine.
Requesting tac pack.
Ooh, sniper.
Requesting sentry.
Does this have a bottomless mag, or does it run out after?
It has a bottomless, meaning you don't need to overheat, but it will run out of ammunition. Look in the bottom left where your weapon is when you start shooting.
Tac, never mind.
Why is it not letting me, like... I got the jump pack and it won't let me use it.
You gotta hold
A. You gotta hold A.
To the sky. You will never destroy our way of life.
Oh.
Yeah, there's mines out there.
Yeah, I didn't mean to jump.
I was gonna say, because we'd have to open the key.
Marking location. West, calling in reinforcements.
Democracy has landed.
It's really quiet.
True that.
hop on this one, and hop on this one that's coming down. It takes 2 shots from these
Calling down a sentry!
propellers, like the rockets, to kill it. But hop on that. Shoot down the... You gotta get on the chair. Yeah. You aim, you know how you normally aim. It has a good bit of... It has a good bit of lead you have to give it. But you put 2 shots in the propellers with this thing, and the ship goes down.
Say hello
Like that,
to
see?
democracy!
Calling down a sentry.
See, they don't understand. This is all we need. I just wish you guys had more of these. And I wasn't the only one who had this turret.
Oh no, it's like I just killed 30-something people. I think it said I killed 34.
Calling down fortifications.
I always aim for the front left or front right propeller.
Get some! Get some!
Mine's out of ammo. It's up to you to shoot it down.
Mag's empty! Calling down fortifications!
Is there anything that lets us do faster cooldowns?
For what?
For like things that we throw, you know, cooldowns.
Yeah, it's called upgrade your ship.
Calling
Shoot 'em,
down
bird
a
down.
sentry!
What are you waiting for? You gotta shoot them before they drop their people, otherwise it don't matter. See, and it's very simple to do it this way.
Requesting sentry!
Deploying sentry.
Please do not shoot the gate.
I was shooting over the gate.
Yeah, just aim for the dropships. I wouldn't even waste the ammo. Because I have a mortar sentry. I hate it.
Calling
I
down
hate
a
the mortar
sentry!
sentry. I've been killed by so many mortar sentries. I just hate it so much.
Dropships!
Come on, boys.
Calling down a sentry.
That's your ammo on that thing. You're probably almost out.
Probably out in 1, maybe 2 shots.
Well, look
Reloading.
at it. You can see him. Like right there on the gun.
Yeah, 2 shots.
Requesting.
Oh, it's the one we got in there?
Yeah,
Or-
so 3.
3. Yeah.
Whoa!
Dropship! Reloading!
Get on that one.
Yep. When I get in, my little throw it down.
Requesting fortifications.
So that does have
You
heavy
man.
penetration, but it doesn't really.
Dropship.
This is just camping 101.
These are the best missions.
True.
Calling down fortifications.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting
You're
sentry.
gonna have people this time.
Have a taste of democracy.
Are you having fun there? Nasty. On the big gun.
You just killed some of my sentries.
Huh?
You ever drop the thingy?
Dropship. Calling down supplies.
If you shoot at the people on the dropships there, M, that's a better view for that gun.
Okay, I got you.
Throwing grenade.
You don't have to say in, you just call me Will.
Yeah, well, you're N3 in Helldivers.
Oh, okay, I got you. I see, okay, I see.
I call Blue because he's just blue. That's what he always is. But
okay,
he tends to call me H when we play this.
Calling down a sentry.
Oh god, I can't see it. That smoke from that other one just blinded me so bad.
Requesting sentry.
I'm 3-1, we got this bitch.
Activating jump pack.
I've beaten missions on the hardest difficulty, like this mission, without losing any gates because I had a full party and we all had this turret. So we all would just sit there and go boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, it's real fun.
Boom, boom.
When
It is. It's so good.
10 minutes remaining.
When this game mode first came out, I found a glitchy spot. I would just sit in the corner and just drop all my turrets in the same corner.
No, but see, you're using turrets. I'm using an anti-tank gun emplacement. This thing is what really does it.
I haven't played it so long, I don't think I have that.
No, you probably don't. This is one of the newest battle passes. And it's not cheap. But, it's so worth it.
Yeah, I've never spent money on a game after buying it.
No, you just have to...
Calling down a sentry!
Gun's about out.
It's okay, I got more guns.
There's bots falling from the sky for me. Can you still walk across the doors in this?
I don't know. Haven't tried.
Yes, you can.
Dropships!
CN, if we put a shot in that front right propeller, it goes down.
Mag update!
I need to take him down.
Anyone else see where I am?
You're right on the bucket door.
Who's on fire?
Blue. Blue is up there. He's been up there this whole time.
Requesting sentry!
It's been kind of hilarious.
We've just been back here chilling.
Yeah, this is the best way to do these missions. We don't even have to leave this spot.
My turret had it out for me. He literally looked at me just to kill me and go back to shooting them.
It's not that bad.
Reinforcing! And man, you failed that drop.
You've been a stalwart.
Although it's time to go, so
Extract when
it doesn't really matter.
To the sky! Ready to liberate!
Ow!
Time to leave.
I'm stuck.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Calling down fortifications!
You barely made it up that staircase. You barely made it up
Pelican
that
1 preparing to
staircase.
depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Right through the Pelican.
I hope they silently update the game to where you can actually destroy the bird as you're leaving and watch as so many people blow up this shit. Oh, dude, I'd love if they just like threw it in there just for like 5 minutes. You know, let the chaos start, and then they took the patch out and brought it back. And be like, I don't know what y'all are talking about.
All right, Nasty, how did you enjoy your first defense mission?
That's pretty fun.
They're so much fun, aren't they? That's literally the funnest mission. Easily.
Yeah, it's just to go on the highest difficulty. Just do that.
Yeah, to do those missions, yeah.
I remember when I first joined, we got like 4 Titans stuck on top of a rock, like, and we would just keep each other, revive each other, and we were just fighting Titans like just out of the reach barely.
Yep.
That was just one mission.
Yeah.
That was technically just one whole mission with 3 parts in it.
Yeah.
So you ask how long does it usually take? That's how long.
Wait, so you telling me that was just one mission?
Yeah.
Technically.
No
because like you got 3 different objectives to do, but it's all part of one mission.
Hey, I look at the kills I got.
Yeah, you did good. That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
level
You,
5.
Always good to have
you and I sitting on turrets. Come over here, Nasty. Before you get off, come over to this. See what you can unlock. Open this up and go to your stratagems. You're level 5, so you should be able to unlock a couple things.
Good luck out there,
I haven't unlocked anything in forever, so if I
Time
can.
to take up my position.
I only build up 2 things.
Yeah. Hey, did you get? You probably can't get the 500 yet, can you?
The what?
The 500.
Fuck is that?
The bomb that I've been throwing.
Oh,
Probably not yet.
Should I get the anti-tank compartment or new exosuit?
The anti-tank emplacement is so good.
Oh wait.
Yeah, you have to unlock it in one of the warbots.
no, I can't get it.
No.
Not yet, at least.
I haven't been on here a month, so I don't know if I can.
Well, you get whatever you can. And Nasty, if I were you, if you want, it's not a bad idea to go buy a couple war bonds with, like, you go pay for super credits.
Oh, I don't.
It's $10 for a war bond. It's worth it though, because I mean, it is worth it, and it isn't, because you can earn super credits in game. It takes a lot of grinding for it, but if you want, you can buy battle passes. But the main one has all the stuff you need in it, though. Like, you don't need to buy one.
Yeah, I used to grind for those super credits. That's all I would play for.
Yeah. Nasty, when you're playing, in the main war bond On page 8, there's a shotgun. It will be your best friend once you get it. It is easily like the best weapon, primary, for like anything. But it's time for me to go. So you boys are getting kicked off the Super Destroyer.
Priority alert. The Charball
Y'all
system.
done for the night?
Yeah, I gotta go bed.
I'm not.
You two can play. Yeah, but I have to go bed. So, I'll see you later.
Deuces.
Jesus.
Well, I'm getting in my live stream.